On behalf of Chairman IWI, I welcome you all for the workshop. We'll start the program with lamp lighting. I would request Chairman IWI, Member Technical, Captain Solanki, Captain Khara, after that, Secretary. Sir, CEO and COPA, they have not arrived. So we'll just start. We'll just start the lamp lighting. Mr. Sain, can you please come? Hey, please come. May I request Mr. Ashutosh Gautam, Member Technical, to give the welcome address.
Thank you, Commander Verma. Good morning, everyone. Respected Chairman, sir, distinguished guests on the dais, distinguished guests from all the states, stakeholders, esteemed colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this pivotal gathering focused on implementation of IV Act and rules and demonstration of central database, which is a landmark initiative that underscores our commitment to modernizing processes, improving efficiency, and fostering transparency. Under the guidance of Chairman Sir IWAI, this workshop has been organized with the following objectives, and today we mark a significant milestone in our journey towards creating a unified, streamlined, and secured framework for regulatory compliances and data management. The IV rules represent a cornerstone in establishing consistent guidelines, while the central database, which is the additional what we have basically recently developed for the purpose of transparency and ease of doing business. This serves as a backbone to this transformative effort, enabling seamless access, collaboration, and informed decision making. As I have informed you earlier, that this seminar and workshop has been organized under the direction of Chairman IWI, who has been constant kind of a inspiration for us, monitoring very closely for getting this whole task done in time-bound manner. As we all know that the basic purpose and the objective of this workshop is to basically understand, or we can say recapitulate, the IV Act and rules and central database flows, how the states are to basically go along with the initiatives which have been taken by the IWI as the nodal agency for implementation of central database. and IV Act and rules. So the first objective, as just for the purpose of recapitulating, that the IV Act 2021 and rules are basically to promote, ensure, provide and regulate the economic and safe transportation and trade throughout the inland waters, uniformity in the law. Earlier, we have seen that there were different laws in different states, and now there is a single central law which basically navigates the whole process. We have safety of navigation now. Earlier, the rules were not so stringent. Earlier, the rules were not, which is basically commensurating with the today's requirement. Now we have, in the recent development of rules, we have more stringent rules. As we all know that earlier in the past and the recent past also, we have certain accidents in northeastern region near Nimati, Majuli, and we have accidents in Kerala, where we have seen that the requirement of stringent rules are basically has become the necessity, and we have to act along that. The protection of life and cargo, as we have already explained. The prevention of pollution. We are basically recapitulating the contents of the IV Act and rules and the guidelines which are likely to be, which are basically to be strengthened as well as implemented in the respective states by the designated authorities in association with IWAI. The transparency and accountability of administration has been a main feature for all the aspects. Strengthening and streamlining procedures governing the inland vessels, their construction, survey, registration, manning, navigation, and other matters. The other objective, or you can say the second objective of this workshop, what we are basically organizing over here with the participation of all the state representatives and senior officials of IWT sector, is to share insights. We have been sharing our insights in regular advisory committee meetings, subcommittee meetings. However, as an integrated approach, we have invited all of you once again for share the insights, and these are also which we are going to deliberate throughout the day. But main part which I would like to flag over here is basically the part in place of the part of the insurance which has been strengthened with respect to the wreck removal and other aspects, the third party insurance, the hull and maintenance insurance, and P&I insurance, which are basically a very important factor for understanding and clarity as far as IWT sector is concerned. The benefits of IV Acts and rules, which we have already know, and I will not, for the sake of repetition, I will not repeat it once again. And the other aspect and other purpose of the workshop is to foster collaboration. So we are deliberating throughout the day, and I wish that the deliberations throughout the day will be very useful and understanding all the challenges which the states are basically having and what they basically need from us. As Chairman Sir has already several times stated that we have to ask from the states that what basically being provided to them with this exercise and these efforts, and what basically they need from us in addition to what we are basically providing. So what basically they expect from us. The main feature today is revolving around the display of the flow process of central database today, what basically we are going to share here with the help of our developer Messrs. Velocis. They will be able to provide, and the basic objective over here throughout the day will be the reminder of the broader goals of Government of India, that is the digitization process, which we are basically doing with the help of the central database. I am not taking much time. The third issue will be the detailed implementation plan, explanation of that, so that in case anything which has not been understood, we have provided 3 days training to all the state representatives in the last few weeks. And in addition to that, in case something is again to be understood, that may kindly be basically discussed during the day so that the further understanding is clarified. And lastly, but not the least, we have to get the feedback from your side and how to improve ourselves and how to provide more assistance, how to provide more clarity to the states if it is required. So these are the basic purposes and basic objectives of having an August gathering over here today under the guidance of the chairman NHAI. And now with the as we are basically in the movement of the transformative journey, we all know that its success depends on our collaborative effort. Your active participation, insights and commitment will be crucial in ensuring the objective and development of IV Act and rules and central database to achieve its full potential. Together we have the opportunity to set the new standards for IWT sector today and create a system that truly serves its stakeholders with efficiency, fairness and reliability. Stakeholders, we have the most important stakeholders, our state representatives, our designated authorities. So we expect that the flow process and the implementation of these plans may kindly be implemented in letter and spirit. Thank you once again, all of you, and joining us today. I look forward to an engaging and very fruitful session throughout the day. Now I request and invite Chairman IWAI sir for his valuable remarks and guidance for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashutosh. So very good morning to all our distinguished guests on the dais, guests in front of me who have come from all over the country to attend this very, very important workshop. So some of you, I think we have been interacting with over the last few months to develop these rules, to develop this database. Some of you, I think, are new to us. And I think you are from different departments also, some from the Maritime Board, some from transport departments. So basically the idea of this workshop came when we were interacting with various stakeholders during our visits to states, UP, Bihar, South, West. So everywhere the stakeholders said that they wanted to be familiarized with the changes in the Act, changes in the rules, and what we are doing in terms of developing the database. So the purpose of this workshop is to apprise all of you. Many of you already know, but to apprise all of you again, familiarize you with the changes in the Act, what are the salient features of the Act, the recent changes in rules, what are the salient features, and the database that we are developing. This database has already been developed to a large extent by our software team, and they have interacted with many of you closely for the development of the project. Now the real challenge is in implementation. This sector is quite unique in some ways, in the sense that the implementation part is entirely delegated to states, while the rule making, while the legislation, the Act, particularly pertaining to the mechanically propelled vessel, that vests with the central government. But the implementation of it is with the designated authorities of the states. So that is where the crux is, that if we have to implement the Act, if we have to implement this digital portal, we require full support and collaboration from all of you. That is the purpose of today's workshop, to familiarize you with the working of this database, to get your feedback, to get your suggestions on how to improve it, and to tell you what mechanism we have in place. So I hope that during the course of the day, our officers will be able to brief you very well about the working of the database, about how to be implemented, about what support we will extend to all of you, and we will also get your valuable feedback, your inputs on how to develop it further. So with this, I will request the workshop to commence, the proceeding to commence, and I look forward to very, very fruitful, very interactive discussion today. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. We'll definitely have a fruitful interaction and good feedback from our distinguished guests who are arrived from the country. May I request Mr. Ashutosh Gautam to present a bouquet to the chairman? May I now request Mr. Razak, Chief Engineer Technical, to present bouquet to Member Technical. To Mr. Shaheen Haq, CEO, Kerala Maritime. Rajak sir, your duty is not over. Captain Sulanki. Captain Khara. Colonel Harshvardhan, Secretary. Thank you, sir. So with your permission, can we start now? So you can sit.
This, it can be seen over here also, sir, or if you want.
Good morning, everyone. We are commencing the presentation. The presentation will be in two parts. The first part will cover the Inland Vessels Act and rules, and the second part would be the central database. During the presentation, you are free to ask questions. In addition to that, what we are expecting from the states and what we have done so far, that would be presented to you. So going back, the evolution of Inland Vessels Act 2021, if you see, it's more than 100 years old, and it required real deliberation to ensure the changes which is required to be done to meet the aspirations of the industry. Going forward, we had a lot of consultations with various stakeholders, including states, governments, the stakeholders, the interministerial consultation, and thereafter the draft act was prepared and presented to Ministry of Law and Justice, and the act came into was gazetted on 12th of August 2021. The key reforms which has been taking place in this particular act vis-a-vis 1917 can be the uniformity of the rules pan-India. Another thing was the act is more user-friendly and for ease of business. A central database has been provided in the act, wherein you have the central repository of all information with respect to the vessels, the survey and certification of vessels, the crew and their details, in addition to streamlining the processes which is required to be built into the system. In addition, there is a provision which has been introduced in this act with respect to the insurance, which covers your wreck removal and salvage. Then for the welfare of the crew, there is a provision for constitution of a welfare fund. In the act also defines the special category vessels. There is a special provisions for oil tankers, dangerously cargo carriers, goods carriers, and last but not the least, the most important part is the the act makes a provision for operation of the vessels pan-India with a single registry and survey certificate. Basically, defining the standards and ensuring the on-ground implementation. If you look at that, IWAI has been designated as the competent authority by the Act, and the central government has been empowered to prescribe the standards. So, going forward, based on the IV Act 2021, 11 rules have been framed and which has been gazette notified. The special category rules with respect to special fuels and water sports and houseboats, they are under deliberation and should be forwarded to ministry shortly for notification. And the most important part comes to the state government, where the state government has to regulate the non-mechanically propelled vessels. Because what has been seen over a period of time, that the non-mechanically propelled vessels have not been put into the system, and the recording of the number of vessels operating in inland waters has not been defined very clearly and has been not recorded. In addition to that, the the Act preserves the status of the states authorities by assigning the responsibility to the designated authorities, which have to be appointed and notified by the state government. If you do the comparison of whatever the indicators and parameters are there in 1917 vis-a-vis 2021, the legal framework has been designed for the vessel registration, safety and manning. The scope of the inland waters have been again defined, where the inland waters have been defined. It is not only limited to the national waterways, but all waterways. Even the canals, the lakes have been comes under the purview of inland waters. The certificate of survey, it has been defined that the certificate of survey validity is for 5 years from the time the vessel, new vessel is built in, and after every renewal survey, the certificate has to be renewed. And when we do the registration process, the various category of registrations have been defined, wherein the transfer of ownership or the transfer of business has become seamless. Important aspect which has been focused by the Act is on the pollution control, where it has been very clearly defined that the vessels which is operating in inland waters cannot discharge any pollutant into the river. For that, the designated authorities have to ensure the compliance part of it. Then categorization and classification of the vessels have been done under the design and construction rule, where category A vessels, category B vessels and category C vessels have been defined. Category A vessels operating in zone 1 is under the class overseeing. The certification part is for all the 3 categories is with the designated authority. Then we have also proposed category A vessels operating in zone 2 and zone 3 during the amendment which has been proposed to the ministry, so that the all aspects of the requirement of the vessels operating in various zones have been clearly addressed. Insurance and liability has been defined here, where the limits of liability limits of liability for passenger vessels have been very clearly defined with the penalties part of it. Then inland vessels crew, there is a clear mapping of the requirement which has been specified, what would be the growth part of it, and what is the minimum service requirement which is there for the crew for his growth from let's say GP rating to engine driver 2 to engine driver 1 to inland engineers, or for the other matter class 3 master to class 2 master and master class 1. Efficiency, centralized data for improving the efficiency and transparency part of it. The centralized database has been created. The application has been developed, and we have shared the link with all the stakeholders to carry out the user acceptance trial since September 25th. We had a 3-day session where we had an intensive interaction with all the states with respect to the user trials and their challenges which they have faced with respect to operating the central database. Whatever feedback we have got, that we have already incorporated, which we will be dwelling subsequently when we run through the central database part of it. Now, IWAI, though it was gazetted on 12th of August 2021, the first notification of section 1 and 106 was issued on 16th of February 2022. Section 2 to section 105 and section 107 to 114 were issued on 7th June 2022. Out of the 9 rules, 8 rules were notified on the 7th of June. Insurance rule was notified on the 14th of June. Design and construction rule was notified on 28th of May 2024, and central database rule has been notified on 29th of October 2024. So basically what we will just summarize what are the key parts which has been defined in various rules, starting with the design and construction rule, where the categorization of the vessels have been there, where category A, B, C vessels have been defined. Then what is the new inland vessel? That part has also been defined with the notification of the rule. The keel which is laid after the notification of rule will come under the new vessel category. Before the notification, the previous regime will be applicable. Then the standards which are required, the type of material and equipments which are required with respect to your category A vessels operating in zone 1, or the special category vessels which has been defined with respect to carrying out dangerous cargo goods or your oil tanker and all, that has also been specified in the design and construction rule. These parts have, and the survey certification part requirement is also there with respect to survey and certification rule 2022. Coming to the survey and certification rule, the various types of surveys have been defined: the annual survey, the intermediate survey, the renewal survey, the special survey. There is a provision which has been catered for in-water survey also, in case there is the docking requirement is not met by the owner in this period stipulated by the rules. In addition to that, appointment of chief examiners, the examiners have also been defined along with the surveyors, and how to conduct the exams, part of it. The surveyors, what all surveys required to be done, that all the format templates have been mapped into the rules, and the same thing has been configured in the central database. So whenever an individual would like to seek an appointment for survey, that can be done seamlessly through the central database. The designated authority will give an appointment for the surveyor and nominate the name of the surveyor also. To that extent, we have done the detailing part of it, that we will be demonstrating subsequently. The qualification of the surveyor, the qualification of the examiners, everything has been defined in the rules. So these are the main features of the survey and certification rule. Next comes the registration part of it. Now, if any owner who would like to register his vessel, he can get the vessel registered anywhere in India, wherever he is building, but he can get the vessel registered anywhere in India. That part is there. Then the various type of registrations for a new building, for transfer of ownership, the transfer of business, addition and alterations, all these things can be done. And the complete thing is also mapped in the central database as per the formats which has been defined in the rules. So the process of registration is very clear. It goes from the carving and marking note. Once the carving and marking note is issued on the request of the owner of the vessel, the survey is taken place by the designated authority, and thereafter, once the vessel is completely ready, then this, as per the request of the owner, the initial survey of the vessel is conducted by the surveyor appointed by the designated authority, who certifies the vessel is fit for operation. Only then he can proceed for getting the survey certificate of survey as well as the certificate of registration. For crew and passengers, to make the life comfortable for the crew and passengers operating on the vessels, the requirement of the space, the seating space, the toilets and washrooms which is required, all those things have been specified in the crew and passenger rules. Coming to safe navigation, communication and signals, though the safe navigation part is also a regulation which has been spelled out in the Inland Waterways Authority of India regulation 2002. There are few, but there is no overlap per se with respect to the vessel part of it. The vessel part, everything has been covered in the Safe Navigation and Communication Rule 2022. The regulation which safe navigation for the IWAI Act pertains to the waterways part of it, whether inland waters or national waterways, whatever the signaling arrangements which are there, the buoys are there, the depth part of it, the maintenance part of the thing, those features gets covered in that. So the bare minimum requirement with respect to the navigation part of it, the bare minimum requirement with respect to the communication part of it, the bare minimum requirement for the signals, those things have been very clearly spelled out, and whatever feedback which we have received over interaction with the stakeholders, the states over a period of last 1.5 years, those has been incorporated and forwarded to ministry for notification. This is under the review by the ministry and should be released for pre-publication in short time from now. Life-saving appliances, this needs no further explanation part of it. It has been made mandatory for all passenger vessels to have 100% life-saving gears for the passengers plus kids, for the children also, and the handicaps. This has been very clearly spelled out into the rules, and this has to be ensured while carrying out the annual survey of the vessels by the designated authority surveyors. The firefighting, similarly it goes for the firefighting appliances also, where the safety aspect has been given the utmost importance for all the owners, and it is the responsibility of the owners to maintain the life-saving appliances and the firefighting appliances on board the vessel and give the correct feedback to the designated authority at the time of carrying out the inspection. Prevention and containment of pollution. This is another very important aspect where the vessels, the category of vessels, whether A, B, C, it has been defined what is required to be built in to ensure that no sewage, no dirty oil or garbage is thrown into the inland waters. You can have a holding tank, you can have an STP, you can have a biodegradable tanks, biodegradable facilities, but these are mandatory for all the vessels. And we have also ensured that the reception facilities are available on the terminals, which the state government has to ensure within their respective states. The most important part which has been included in the IWAI Act 2021 is the insurance and liability part of it, where for the liability, limits of liability has been clearly defined for various categories of vessels and especially for the passenger vessels. There is an insurance for the crew part of it, there is an insurance which is for the passengers part of it, which has to be ensured by the owners of the vessels. And these things have to be verified by the surveyor during the inspections. Manning rule, now for the crew who joins freshly, for the existing crew, how the growth will be there, what type of examination will be there. There was a provision in the rule that the conversion will be taking place in less than 2 years' time, which we have now recommended to be completed in 5 years' time from the date of notification of the original Manning rule. That is the 7th June 2022. For 5 years, that means 2027, all conversions of the existing crew should be completed by the owners, which has to be verified by the designated authorities surveyor at the time of their inspection. Plus, what is the bare minimum requirement and the period where the individuals have to serve on the vessel so that he qualifies for being eligible for his next rank examination. There is a preparatory course which has been planned so that the new technologies, what is the requirement which is felt with the change of time, what is the new regulations which have come in force with change of time, all these things can be imparted to the crew so that he is able to face the board for his interview before he gets his COC upgraded. Likewise, certificate of service, which is there for your ex-service personals, your IV cadet crew, IV cadets part of it, your IV engineers, all those things have been very clearly defined. In addition, for under the Manning rule, we have included the standards for training institute, what would be the requirement which needs to be fulfilled by any training institute that wants to be registered under the IV Act. So the competent authority for institute under the central government is IWAI, and the institutes within the state, it is the state government. Coming to the last rule notification, that is the central database notification. The competent authority is IWAI. The notification for appointment of officers have been issued on the 13th of November 2024. Primarily, the central database covers the vessels, the history of the vessel's registration, the vessel's certification, all the surveys, the crew, right from induction over his total career profile is being mapped. What are the stages in which he will carry out his examination, his service record. We have introduced INDVIC number. This is a permanent number which is going to be assigned to the new crew plus the existing crew, and those things will be assigned, and we are also proposed to have a service record book. Today we do not have a service record book of the crew in IV sector, so we do not know whether the experience which has been gained by the crew is with respect to electronics engine or the mechanical engine, or whether he has operated in a category A vessel or he is operating in category C vessel. Nothing is recorded. So this will serve as a service record book for the crew, which will help his career profile. In addition to that, whatever the training which we are going to provide, we are trying to institute a mechanism where the career progression takes place for the IV crew to migrate from IV sector to near coastal vessels and then to the ocean going trade. What are the transition which is required to be done? What are the type of training which is required to be done? What are the type of courses which is required to be imparted? We are in discussions and collaboration with the institutes from India and abroad, so that we can facilitate the smooth transition of IV crew from IV sector to foreign going. With this, the rule part till the notification has been done has completed, and once the notification had been completed, the process which has been followed for implementation. So IWAI started interacting with the states in the month of May 2023, where we used to have a monthly meeting with all the states and the stakeholders, and the recommendations, the proposals, the suggestions which were coming in between the implementation part of the rules, which had been notified, were discussed at length, and then in June 2023, Ministry constituted an advisory committee with Chairman IWI as the chairperson, with members from the Ministry, IWI, DG Shipping. 6 states were initially nominated for 2 years rotation period. Then there were members from Shipyard, the Shipyard Association, the Indian Marine Designers Association, IIT Kharagpur. We had a member from Ministry of Finance, Insurance Department. So with all these members, we had multiple meetings, and after the multiple meetings in advisory committee, because the number of recommendations, suggestions which were coming from the state and the stakeholders were many, so 2 subcommittees were constituted. One was the vessel subcommittee, the other one was the manning subcommittee. The vessel subcommittee covered all the rules from 1 to 9 except the manning. Manning part was completely covered by the manning committee. Once the complete recommendations, suggestions which were forwarded by the stakeholders were reviewed by the subcommittee of vessels, then it was presented to the advisory committee. Advisory committee on the 20th of August 2023 in their meeting approved the recommendations of the subcommittee and then forwarded their recommendation to ministry for notification. Based on the rules which were forwarded on 23rd of August, ministry has pre-published three rules. One is life-saving, firefighting and the pollution rules for pre-publication, where comments from the public is invited, and the date is already over now. So so far we have not received any comments from the public, so this will finally go for notification in short time from now. The manning rule along with the standards for the training institute was deliberated and finalized in October, and the recommendations of the advisory committee was forwarded to ministry on 11th of October 2024. Ministry is reviewing the recommendations which has been suggested by the advisory committee, and then it will be released for the pre-publication. Now what we require from the states. India being a very large, we have got about 36 union territories and states. About 12 to 13 states are coastal states, so we have no issues with that. The issues are with the landlocked states. So basically we need a confirmation from the states with respect to creation of IWT department within the state, appointment of designated authorities and the nodal officers, the user role in department, basically the surveyors, the nodal officers and any other relevant roles, approval levels which is being followed in the states which already have IWT department, and we had been seeking inputs with respect to the role-based reports, report formats, and in case if the state wants a customized format for reporting of or seeking generation of report through the system. Then issuance of the rules and notification under section 107 of IWAI Act. These are the list of rules and notification which the states have to issue. Model rules for the section 107 rules have already been circulated to all the state governments on 11th of June 2024. So far we have not got very many confirmation from any states with respect to the notification of the rules as well as the notification which has to be issued by the state government. Primarily declaration of the zones, your designated authorities, appointment of surveys and so on and so forth. Now we switch over to central database. May I request Mr. Gautam Sikka to come?
Good morning, everyone. So the central database application that has been designed is completely in line with the acts and rules that are there for the IWAI. The entire application is built in such a manner that it may be quite easy to use for all the stakeholders who will be accessing this application. And we have tried to cover each and every part of the rules in this particular application that has been developed. The GUI that has been created for the application is quite simple, so that keeping in mind that each and every stakeholders who will be using this application, it is a self-guided application. I will say that what to do next is already explained in the workflows and the flowcharts of the application. So we have tried to cover all the acts and rules, like the user registration and the approval process for system and vessel registration, then survey conduction and generation of the certifications, IV crew related all the information and their work process, IWNTI related work process, COC verification, grievance and disaster management, and reception facilities have been covered in this particular application. These are the modules that will be displayed to the user as per the role, what the user has, how he has registered himself. Accordingly, this will be the modules that will be displayed to him. Some modules may be visible to him, some modules may not be visible to him. This will be as per his work and as per his role that has been allotted in the system. So the modules that are covered in the application are user registration and user approval process, vessel registration workflow, survey and certifications, IWNTI and IWNTI approval, IV crew profile, crew certification, application for INDVIC and COC verification. Plus pre and post training module is there, SIRB, that is the seaman identification and record book generation, examination and sea service, reception facilities, master checker, grievance management, and disaster management. So whatever legacy data the states have or the departments have, that legacy data will be preloaded into the system, and there will be a process that will be explained in which that pre-legacy data that will be scanned and digitized will be mapped with the relevant users in the system. Coming to the application workflow, user being the base of any application, because without any user the application cannot work. So the user being base of the application, the user registration process has been kept quite simple. The administration of the IWAI, that is IWAI admin, will preload the IWAI users and the state coordinators. That's why we are asking for the information from the state coordinators from various states time to time, so that they can be onboarded on the system. So this part, that is the IWAI user onboarding, and onboarding of the state coordinator will be done by IWAI admin. State coordinator will become the administrator of the portal for that particular state. All the information related to that state can be modified and configured. Few things like fee structure can be configured. More users can be created for that particular state by the state coordinator. So state coordinator in turn can create the registering authority, designated authority, surveyors. So as per the hierarchy in their organization, they can create the users under the state coordinator who will work for that particular state. Secondly, there will be other users like ship managers, ship builders, ship owners, and various other users who will be using this application will have to register through a registration form that is there in the application. They will fill the registration form, and after filling the registration form, when they will submit it, the information will be landed in the designated authority or the state coordinator authority login, and they will be able to see what the information has been fed by the users who are trying to register. Because for using the application, the user has to register himself. in a role for which they want to use this application. So the state designated authority will approve the user, will see the user details, whatever are being there added by the registering user, the information that has been uploaded in the form of documents for the evidences, and then looking at that thing, he will approve the user. There can be a mistake done by the user that instead of uploading, or the document that is being uploaded is not clear or that way, so he can reject the user also. For again, if he has been rejected, then he will apply again for the new registration with the new registration form. So the entire workflow, we will explain it through the this program has been designed in such a way that whatever module we will explain through the flowchart, the GUI of that particular module means that we will run the application side by side so that everyone who are here can correlate both the things together. So if you can please. So since, as I said, that the state coordinators will be created by the IWAI admin, the state coordinator once log into the system with his user ID and the password, that will be shared with him as soon as he is created. A mail will be sent to him. Through that user ID and the password, the user can log into the system. Every time any of the user logins to the system for the first time, the page will automatically redirect him to the change password page for the security reasons, to change his password as per the desire, as per the need, or whatever password he can remember. So now the state coordinator can create other users like designated authority, surveyor, registrar, registering authority, and so on. This particular drop down, that is the select category drop down or the category drop down, is configurable, and it can be configured with respect to the states. Whatever type of roles they have in their states, they can create that kind of user from here. Please, sir.
Difference between a registrar and registering authority. Got my question?
No. You want to answer? See, registry. A registrar will be for the registering of the vessels and all. It all depends on the designated authority, what is the approval level which he wants to give. We are giving the total responsibility to the designated authority, because the initial username and password which we are going to create for the state will be for the designated authority. Now under designated authority, because if you see Gujarat, for example, you have got about 13 registering authorities. So we do not have those full details for that. Likewise, in Maharashtra is about 6, Kerala. So the designated authority can create a sub-admin who will be responsible for registering the vessels in their particular location wherever they are being appointed. So that responsibility is not with us. We have delegated that particular thing to the designated.
My humble opinion is, you already have a place there for designated authority.
Yes. Yeah.
You send registering authority, right? Basically, registrar is the registering authority. See, registration of your crafts is as good as registration of the land. It just follows the same principle basically. Then you have the surveyor, which is of course a different thing altogether. Differentiating between registrar and registering authority, when you already have a DA. If you did not have DA, then it's a different thing. But if you already have a DA, thereafter having something in between.
No, see, we got your point. Basically, this was one of the suggestions which had come. That is why we had included it. We can give that option for that.
Because
That's
in the ID Act or ID rules, there is nothing, there is only registrar for you.
You don't have registering authority kind of thing in the ideal.
See, the option is available. If there is in a particular
No.
state that kind of user is
so
there.
what we'll do, we'll remove that.
Okay.
Since
Okay.
that is not an issue.
So if you can take to the other registration page, please.
इन स्टेट में मल्टीपल जगह पर रजिस्ट्रेशन हो रहा है, हाउ डू दे डू इट? आप कहाँ से हैं? जामनगर
Gujarat, sir. I'm port officer and registrar of Jamnagar group of ports. So I just tell it, Gujarat basically has been subdivided into 10 group of ports. We had these small minor ports already. So you can just say that we are kind of regional head, covering a range of ports. So those, is it on? Sorry. So those port officers are also ex officio registrar, which of course is the GOG notification as per the previous acts, 1917, and we have not done the notification so far as per 21 Act. So they are the registrars, that's it. Now we have our own website, online software, that is GPOFMS we call it by NIC. So we are slowly trying to get digitized on what we were doing so far, and data are being collected. So this is how it is. So if you have, sir, any particular.
So basically, even today, there are multiple authorities to register in Gujarat.
Correct, sir.
So, can you create multiple DAs there?
Yes, sir, we can.
And a multiple DAs basically.
Right, sir.
That is okay for that?
So no, sir. May, sir. May, sir.
There will be only one DA, sir. There will be only one DA. Under the DA,
Yes,
you have
yes.
got.
Multiple bodies to register.
Yes.
So our software allows that?
Our software allows that.
So this particular thing we actually included because there was some recommendations from a couple of states where they said we have got multiple parts. So we'll take care of it. Just note it down.
Please take it to the login page
Next.
where we can register other users.
Actually, I also, I'm taking an opportunity because I may forget. I just wanted to know, because I was not here in previous meetings, like one thing which has not, I have not been able to understand is why passenger vessels has not been categorized as a special vessels, because those vessels really pose a grave threat to human life.
A passenger vessel has, in IV Act it is there as a special category vessel.
No,
Under
but IV rule, we do not have a separate set of rules for the passenger vessels. You are carrying as many as 50 people on board, and the rule is just like you can treat it as a category A vessel. So please give a thought about it.
If I may add, then, in passenger vessels also we have different modes. It's not just one kind of passenger vessel, it's different. You have water taxis, you have separate.
I will just interrupt. I will request everyone, whosoever wants to speak, please introduce yourself and then speak. And in case the hand mic is nearby, then please use it.
Sure. So my name is Alina and I'm from A to Z Exim. We operate the ports in Assam and Myanmar for IWAI as well. And my partner companies also handle water taxis and other vessels for chartering and cargo movement also. So in terms of, if I may add, for passenger vessels, we operate water taxis in Mumbai, the partner company does. And these vessels are of different kinds and different scenarios. And it ranges from even 12 people to 100 people, and the Ro-Ro vessels as well. So all of them is categorized as special, which I think obviously needs to be looked at, because even Ro-Ro getting considered, which is carrying 150 passengers, to 500 passenger in the water taxi, which is just carrying 12, considers in the same category. So yeah, I agree with the person before.
We will seek all these suggestions included in our final report, and we will take necessary action and report back. So I will request those who are participating and those who are noting it down, please note it down. We will deliberate on this in the subsequent sessions.
May I? So this is the login page of the application. Under this page, there is a help option provided, under which the manuals will be there, like user manual and video tutorials that will guide user how to fill the application. If they got stuck somewhere, or before filling the application, they can go through these tutorials and can have the proper documents that are required handy with them to fill the registration forms and other activities.
just show it on the help, the manual.
So this is the video tutorials and the user manuals that are available. For each and every module, there will be a separate user manual and separate video tutorial so that user don't have to go through the entire process, start from the beginning till the end. So each section will be divided into subsections. If you can come to the registration. So any other user like shipbuilder, ship owner, IV crew, or any other users who want to register themselves, they will register through this registration button that is there at the bottom. They will click the register button and the form will open. Now these are the kind of users that can register through this particular process. These users are the users that will not be onboarded by themselves, means once they fill the form and they submit, it will be not automatically they will get the user ID and the password. It will be done only after the approval of the designated authority of that particular state, that the user ID and the password will be generated, and that will be shared through email and SMS to that particular user. So this is the entire form where the user, like ship owner, is selected in the category. It is the type of individual, user type is individual, the name of the user, the email ID of the user. The email ID is important here because email ID of the user that he is entering over here will be taken as a login ID when the login will be created for this user. Then the address, state, the mobile number, the information or the fields changes, the mandatory fields changes as per the category selected and the user type selected. Because when we are talking about the individual, the GST number may not be mandatory for him. So that kind of provision has been taken in the software. So there are some important documents that need to be uploaded. After uploading the documents, the user will get this kind of message that his registration process is successful. Though he has registered himself, but still he has not got the user ID and the password to access the system. Now, if we move on to how this application will land into the state coordinator or the designated authority login page. So if you can log in through the state coordinator. This is the state coordinator. Since the application that was for the registering was for the state of Uttar Pradesh, hence that application will reach to the designated authority of the Uttar Pradesh state. So now it has been logged in with respect to the DA of the Uttar Pradesh state, and this is his dashboard that will be visible to him. Under this dashboard, before going to the user registration, I would like to explain what this dashboard depicts. There is a user registration section at the bottom, this one. So whatever applications for whosoever users have registered would land in under this section. Then we have a vessel registration section. We will come to that point. Once a vessel registration application is submitted, that will end up here, means it will fall under this category. Similarly, survey approval and certificate approval applications will be in these particular tabs. So coming to the user registration, the user who has registered, that was just entered by us. So this is the information that is visible for him. And so the designated authority can approve or reject this particular user, seeing the information. If he approves, he write down some remarks. If he rejects, the remarks are mandatory, that why he is rejecting this particular user, and click on approve button. A confirmation message will come that yes, you want to approve this user, and the user will be, so this user has been approved now. Now if the login ID and the password at this time is generated for this user and will be sent to him through an email so that he can have a login ID and the password. If you can please log in with the user you have just approved, please. So this was the email ID of the user that registered himself. The default password will be shared with him on an email. As I said earlier, that once the user logs in for the first time, the change password page will appear, and it is mandatory that user has to change his password for the security reasons. So once the user log in, he will be able to see his own dashboard, the information that is related to him. The left hand side menu will showcase what all he can do. At present we are showing more than the things as per his profile, but yes, this will be, because we have given this for the UAT purpose, so users may not, you people may not have to create different kind of roles. That's why we have given at present all the menu items that can be, that are there in the application. So now if he, since he has got his mail, he can register here, he can log into the system and he can do the activities as per his desire, what he wants to do or what he wants to submit to the IWAI.
Survey approval, why survey approval is the user?
Dikan?
He's the applicant.
He's an applicant, he has,
No, no.
Just recheck.
No, no.
Any application which will be sent by user for survey, this will come under this survey approval and in this tab.
Waiting for approval. This is waiting for approval. He has sent for approval. His application is waiting for approval.
so he will be able to see.
Basically, once you have applied for your registration, and when you issue the carving and marking note, after the carving marking note, the survey has to be carried out. It is for that purpose when he makes an application ki I need a survey for the carving and marking note, then the approval is given by the designated authority for that. Yep.
Survey approval and the applicant maybe getting status. You will get a name there. It will show the tendency as well as the certificate.
Yes. Yes.
It will show the live status, whatever is the status of that particular application.
When you go to their particular page, you will have a status. Like once, suppose I am registering my vessel, I have applied for the application. My application I have submitted to the DA. When I see my page, the application will be submitted. Once the DA approves or allocates a surveyor and all, then the status changes according to that.
एक मेरा सजेशन है आपको,
Sure, sir.
हमारे यहाँ भी एक सिस्टम है, इसमें सॉफ्टवेयर कैसे डेवलप करते हैं वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है। एक चीज हमें माइंड रखना चाहिए कि इसके जो हमारे एंड यूजर हैं, वो फॉल्ट गोइंग का जो हमारा सिस्टम है, जो इनिशिएटिव करता है, वैसे नहीं, ये काफी ऑर्गेनाइज्ड है, कंपनीज काफी बड़ी बड़ी है, उसके हमारे यहाँ
हमारे जो आईवी के ओनर्स हैं बहुत अलग अलग टाइप के हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा एजुकेटेड हों ऐसी उम्मीद नहीं रहती है। आपका ये यूज़ करने में उन्हें बहुत तकलीफ़ होती है, क्योंकि मैं एकदम ग्राउंड पे काम करता हूँ, इसलिए मुझे आइडिया है। तो इसको आपको, जैसे आप रजिस्ट्रेशन में जब जाएंगे तो रूल क्लियरली सेज व्हाट ऑल थिंग्स आर रिक्वायर्ड फॉर रजिस्ट्रेशन और ट्रांसफ़र ऑफ रजिस्ट्रेशन। सो अपना सॉफ्टवेयर में वो कॉलम ही बना देने का। Otherwise, these people do not know what to upload. When they are applying, they don't know what to upload, and then it all starts, cycle. भाई ये तुम नहीं भेजे हो, वो तुम नहीं भेजे हो. Similarly, survey are of two kinds generally. One is the initial survey, and one is your annual survey.
Right.
Both has got a different criteria requirements. So आप अगर उसको slot बना देंगे ना अगर वहाँ पर कि what to be uploaded.
That is there. That is there.
Yeah.
See, what has been done, this complete thing is mapped with respect to the rules.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now when you are doing for the application for registration, what all document is required to be uploaded, that has been made mandatory. If you don't do that, your system will not allow you to go to the next stage. Like you said about initial survey and annual survey, we have segregated that. What we have done in the system, this particular system is, we have built in the registration, carving, marking note, survey and the initial survey along with the registration process. We have segregated annual survey, your intermediate survey, your renewal survey separately, so that there is a clear distinction. Okay, when you are applying for an annual survey, the moment you feed in your official number of the vessel, the complete data gets ported automatically. You don't have to feed. The only thing which you have to...
Right. So in subsequent modules that will be there and we will showcase that too. This is basically the user registration process, that before using the application.
There are 16 modules to be discussed in subsequent sections, and after this discussion, 3 sections in detailed flow process will be discussed, and I think all these things will be covered in that.
Sir, just want to add on this, sir. This process is being completed up till the certificate approval, sir. That is the role and responsibility of the surveyor, sir. So what my suggestion was, ki once the certificate is approved, can we have a system where it is generated that it goes to the registering authority as well as because the registering authority role doesn't come here, sir.
It is there. It is there when we come to the flow, subsequent flow. You will see that the user has to apply for the initial survey. Once the initial survey is done by the surveyor uploads the data. Declaration of survey is done by the surveyor, and then your next step of issue of the survey certificate and the registration takes place.
So we will come to that part once we will demonstrate that particular module. We will showcase all that stuff. Please, sir.
I will request everyone, everything is almost covered. So once let the things get completed, we have the 1 hour full question and answers for queries in the later section of the deliberations. So we will discuss, please note down all these aspects, whatever is basically coming to your mind. And then during the lunch time or during the tea break, it can be further developed, and in the question answer session, it can be clarified. Thank you.
So this is the entire process, how the users will be onboarded on the system so that they can use the application and do the whatever they want to do, whatever their requirement is with this particular portal. So the next process that comes, because now the users are onboarded on the system. Before that, anyone has any queries regarding user registration, so they can come up with the queries related to the user onboarding and user registration part.
Morning, my name is Mukul, I'm from Eastern Navigation. My question is that can the same user, if we have vessel here,
can we register in different states the same user, like multiple registrations?
No, at present the system.
See, you want to register yourself in different state for different vessels. That is what you want to say?
Correct, yeah.
You can do that. But with a single email ID, you cannot register at multiple times.
Okay, so you just need different email IDs.
You have to have different individual.
All right.
Maybe the point is, if I register as a single user, can I apply to different DAs for registering vessel differently? Yes, that's allowed. That should be allowed.
You can, that facility is there. That is there.
Thank you.
If that is the purpose, then that facility is there.
Exactly.
question is that provision is in the act also. But what the question I understand is, if I get approval from one DA for my email ID and register, for second same email ID and password he cannot use for different DA. Right?
He cannot use for the registration in different state.
Even state, because he has to register again, that DA will approve.
Yes.
That is the question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
But the question is this, that if, I think the purpose is this for asking this question, that if suppose one of the vessel is going to be registered in the state of say Goa, UT Goa, second one is there in the say Karnataka, then whether that two will come to the same person, or the ship is going to be built in say Karnataka and Goa and the registration is to be done in some state.
Okay. No, we have a solution for that. We can have a single user registration. When he is selecting the state for registration, he can do this selection and he can still do it. That provision is there. Yes,
Right, right.
For
right.
that,
it's possible.
For that, when you're applying for your registration, you need to select the state. In which state you are going to apply. Your user ID would be the same.
Okay. So the user ID is linked to one particular state, which gives the approval to the user as a whole. But then per vessel, I can apply to a different state.
Yeah.
Within that user ID.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Yeah. Okay, sure. Thank you.
See, the user ID is the email ID. The
Hey.
email ID is the unique
Like
ID.
multiple role, what do you mean by that? No, when you see the roles, if the role is different, your email ID has to be different. It cannot be the same.
Can be ship builder and ship owner. Please introduce yourself first. My name is Vishnu from Kerala Maritime Board, IT engineer. My question is if the same user can register as multiple roles. In the category of vessels, it shows ship owner, ship builder, ship manager. Same user can ship builder and ship owner and ship manager as well. Is it possible for the same user can register as multiple roles?
No, not at this stage. Yeah, you have to, because the definition itself is different. If you are a ship owner, your requirement of giving the supporting document and credentials are different. If you are a ship builder, the requirement and credentials are different. So you cannot have with a single user multiple role part of it. No, but you have a different email ID and you can register. You have to create a different email ID because the requirement, the credentials which is required for registering are different. So you cannot actually club with the single user.
There will be also conflict of interest between a ship builder and a ship owner. So therefore, they cannot be one.
See, there are cases where the shipbuilder and the ship owner are the same. That is there. Cases are there. So we cannot negate that part of it. But as far as the system goes, it has to be distinctly registered. We cannot have similar because the requirement and the credentials are different. So continuing further, you have just witnessed the user registration. Once the user registration is completed, the next evolution in the database is if an individual wants to register the vessel, the new vessel. I will start with the new vessel and then we will show you on the side of the screen when we go. Then at the demonstration part of it, you will see what is the drop down menu where the complete list of application and the requirement is spelled out. So basically in the vessel registration, the user has to first select the vessel registration module, then fill in all the application. In the application, the principal particulars and all are there. The individual's particular will be automatically ported when he fills in his user registration. Thereafter, the vessel which he wants to register, the principal particulars of those vessels have to be filled in by the user and then submitted along with the fees to the designated authority. So when the application is submitted to the designated authority, the complete cycle, it goes till the time the process of issue of registration certificate is not completed. This is the complete flow chart for that particular cycle, and this we will be demonstrating now when we start the vessel registration process. Ankur, you may take over.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So as sir has told, so basically once a user is registered, so what will happen, he will be getting his credentials and he can process for the registration of a vessel. So in the earlier slide there was a registration form okay. So this will be the, as I have earlier seen that Kumar Anjan as a ship owner has logged into his portal. Then we have a side menu in which the application part is there. If I click on the application, there is a tab of vessel registration. So let's suppose a user is clicking on the vessel registration. So this is a detailed form for filling the information related to the vessel which is going to be registered. So there are certain sections like applicant details will be there which will be auto populated from the user registration form. Let's suppose user has registered, so he has filled his details, so that detail will be auto populated here. After that, we have a vessel details form in which the detail related to the vessel will be entered. Let's suppose the vessel purchase type is new vessel, the name of the vessel. Okay, so one validation which we have implemented here is like the name new vessel has been entered. So this name will be auto validated from the existing names of the vessel which are being registered. So if the name new vessel is already exists, the application will give a pop-up that this name is already exists. Since the name is available to be registered, so that's why user is able to process further. So this is a okay, one important part which the question earlier was arises that whether any of the user can register his vessel in multiple state. Okay, so here is the provision. During the filling the vessel details form, the user has to select the respective state where he is willing to register his vessel. So let's suppose here UP is the state which is being selected. The registering port are there. Like let's suppose if any of the state has multiple registering ports like Gujarat or Maharashtra, so the provision to select that particular respective port is also there. The name of the owner, who is the owner of that particular vessel, owner address, its occupation, so there are certain mandatory fields which are to be filled, and there are those fields which whose information is to be captured through which the application can be processed further. So let's suppose vessel build place, build year, vessel speed, production and identity number, insurance number, insurance name. So all these kind of details are there. So after filling all those details, the next, yes sir.
In vessel name acceptance, is it global, the verification of the name, or is it specific to state?
Sir,
is the verification of the name global acting as
So, at the moment, it is not global. We are looking only in that particular state as of now, because we have to basically we have been seeking this particular detail from all the states with respect to the vessel names and all which has been registered under their respective states. A couple of states have already provided those details, the vessels which are registered in the states. Until unless we have the complete data bank, we will not be able to do the global part of it. So now we are for the time being we are limiting only to the particular state. With going forward, we will be capturing the entire names of Pan India, for Pan India.
Just for your information, so far it is limited to the registering authority.
Yes.
So he maintains the register book. So he checks his own book whether that name is given to somebody or not. That is the present case.
I know that. Pardon, sir? Sir, so for that, we need to get the inputs from the state. The moment we have, that is what I'm saying, sir. We have catered for that provision of when, because at the end of the day, sir, we will have the complete list of all the vessels which is registered across the country. When we have that particular thing, from that we can straight away do the comparison with respect to the names of which are the vessels which have been registered.
So that can be kept dynamic. Whatever keeps the population, it gets populated. So whatever is present, at least it is taking away that.
Fair.
You make it global, right?
okay.
Because this data exercise will take, I don't know how much time. We can't wait for it to be complete. Make it global, right?
Right.
Okay. Well noted, sir. So that validation will be implemented globally as of now. So whatever the records which are already available in our database, we will be validating with that name.
Sir,
and if
with
the name,
that one, we will run some risk. You see, if we make it global means pan India basically. So pan India, if we are doing, and suppose you don't have all the data is available in the system, there is a high chance of duplication.
No, then duplication will not happen. Global, then duplication
No.
will not happen.
No, if it is kept to a particular registering authority, at least he will have his register book. See, the point is, suppose one name is given to multiple vessels, but they are registered with a different registration number.
Another suggestion can be that name as well as state in the bracket. Name,
Yes.
No, sir, I like to come here. When we are giving an official number, the state's 2-letter or 3-letter alphabets are included, and then the numerical part is there. Alphanumeric is there. So that gives the identification under which state the vessel is been registered. So basically, what could have happened, sir? We can think of, because there could be a chance where the name is available in 3-4 states, the same name. Like if you go to North Indian states, mostly Ganga is a very common name which is being used in the vessels. So in our case, in IWI, we have done Ganga 1, Ganga 2, Ganga 3 till Ganga 16. Likewise, we'll have to see how we can.
But sir, at least the Ganga one, they have different names, and to avoid duplication, jo ho gaya ho gaya.
No, say what I'm
Give an example, sir. Suppose a Gujarat registered vessel, let us say name is Bhagirathi, right? And she can fly anywhere. She will
Yes.
go to Maharashtra, udhar bhi Bhagirathi hai. Future की बात कर रहा हूँ.
Agreed. See, what I'm suggesting is, when there is a duplication of name, if the owner is insisting that I would like to go, because we do believe in mythology and all those part of it, religious beliefs are there, ki name has to be taken by the Pandit and all. So considering that part, we can give a prefix or a suffix with respect to the name which they want to do, so that there is no duplication part of it.
Give the prefix or
can the same like in addition to that, in case we place the name, vessel name as Bhagirathi Gujarat, Bhagirathi UP, because whenever the registering authority is UP or Gujarat, so in case the name of the state or the abbreviation of the state comes either in the bracket or in like this, like Ganga UP, Ganga Gujarat, Ganga Maharashtra, Ganga Bihar.
not be many Gangas in UP.
In that case, within the UP, in that case, the same.
Sir, we will work out a combination, sir. You see.
Okay.
And one more, I think, just earlier page you said one of the requirements to have the registration done is the insurance also.
No, that is not compulsory. That is not compulsory.
Yeah, so just to make a point that insurance is not valid till the time somebody has got a service certificate.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Captain sir, I'm sorry.
Job is to tell you. I mean,
You're
that's what I'm here for.
pointing out, but I think that you have not gone through attended any of the presentation which we have done or the live telecast. So what we are basically trying to say, we are not discounting the point which you are raising. What is mandatory in the initial stages, we have made it mandatory. Insurance before the final registration part of it, it is mandatory for the owners to submit the insurance paper.
Before the final registration?
Before the final registration. It is mandatory. नहीं अभी नहीं है अभी नहीं है अभी तो हम अप्लाई कर रहे हैं तो आई कैनॉट गेट दी before I apply for the final registration paper, I have to upload this insurance document. I have to provide my final certificate, whatever is required. Mortgage papers, if are there, that will be there. So all these papers are mandatory, which before you do the final submission for your registration. So as we go forward, you will see all those points which you are raising now.
Yes. Yes.
It's just like the motor worker.
Okay. So moving ahead, this is another section like vessel propulsion type and engine maker details will be entered. So vessel category will be there, which category of vessel is it, approved by designated authority, zone of operation of that vessel, what is the engine type of that particular vessel. Again, these fields are mentioned here, which are some of the not mandatory, but yes, we can fill the details of the vessel which is available with the ship owner. Engine maker address will be there, maker city, pin. Now after that, there is a provision for the enclosures, means the necessary document which is required, that has to be uploaded while submitting the application. So This is one of the mandatory document, and the Aadhaar card of that particular applicant. So once he will be like filling all this detail, that particular user has to process with the application by clicking save and continue. So as
Yes, yes.
okay, so as you can see, the basic details related to the vessel has been entered. Now the user has been processed to the next section of the
We are just
application.
waiting for that kit from NIC. The moment the kit, we receive the kit, we will get it integrated with the application. So authentication part will be done through Aadhaar only. We are not storing any information with respect to Aadhaar in the system. It is only for the authentication part of it.
Okay, so once the vessel registration details has been filled, now user has to declare as per the act also it has been defined that user has to like declare as the ownership of that particular vessel. So this declaration form will be there in which he has to fill certain details which is being populated here. So after that our declaration form will be generated. Even you can see from the system itself that particular form will be generated. So this is a kind of declaration of ownership that will be generated through the system as well. Yeah.
What was that in the previous, in the presence of witness? What is that?
So there was a
See.
The witness is like once the form is generated, the witness will be signed in front of the notary or said magistrate. Someone has to give.
It is an
So-
ownership declaration.
Ownership declaration.
The standard format which is there in the IWAI. Which is a
So if you are giving a certificate through a notary, then the witness is there. You can give a self declaration also. That provision is there. Self declaration provision is there. This is there in the rule. We have added self declaration. In addition to this, we have added self declaration. So we have given that option. Ki you do self certification and upload. Ha.
So it's a mandatory thing, na?
Which one? No, if you're giving a notary part of it, then the witness will be there. Otherwise, you give a self declaration, because that we have already given an option to you. Your self declaration form you can sign and give, because Government of India permits you to give a self declaration part of it.
so that self declaration or the like declaration with the in presence of the notary, that will be uploaded and application has to be processed further. Now since the vessel registration detail has been entered, the ownership declaration has been filled by the user. After that there is certain registration fee involved for the vessel registration process. So basically this fee may be different for different states. So we have made a provision in the application that particular fee is configurable at the state level. So let's suppose UP is collecting some of the fee and MP is collecting some other fees. So that is configurable level, and that can be managed and configured through the admin part of this particular application.
How can that be managed? Because in Kerala, our registration is different. So let's say if it is a one-room houseboat, it would be a particular fee. If it is a two-room, that would be another fee. So many configurations. We can add that. Na?
The option what we had discussed also, that since every state has got a different scale and different requirement of the fee structure, the band fee with band which has been given by the states are different. So we are giving you an option that you select the band in which you want to do the fee part of it. That band if you put there, and whatever fee applicable fees is there, that can be mapped.
That can be, yeah. That can be
So
mapped.
at this stage I would request all the stakeholders to please take note that we have been requesting you for the payment gateway, and so far we have not received, except for a couple of states, but those payment gateways are class 2. So that is not meeting our requirement. We are going ahead with payment gateway from IWAI. We would be requesting the account numbers of the states where the fee has to be credited.
Sir, what gateway to make it more complicated. What we can do is just payment done, so he's got a receipt or the UPR number, and that number is there. That's it. You don't have to
One option.
So that option,
that will be better.
that option we have kept. That, see, because there are certain states where the requirement is as per the TR form 7, which is credited in the RBI account. Okay. Once you have done the payment, you upload the receipt, that will be accounted for. That option has been given.
Usme then the problem of,
see, when you go for, see, now, because for the demonstration part of it we are not following, but when we are going for the actual live, that option is there where you can put your receipt there.
So it is not integrated because it will be integrated with the
Payment gateway.
There will be a provision to make an online payment and offline payment.
Or upload.
If user selects the offline payment mode, then he has the facility that sir is saying that he will be able to upload that particular UTR number with receipt.
Yeah.
So
and
both the options are kept.
the quantum of fee also is then already there is no need for it to be in here. Quantum of fees is decided by the state. Each state is deciding, then his receipt is showing up, he verifies it.
But how
eventually it is the state who is doing it.
This point has been discussed, but the question is, okay, how will the guy come to know what is the fees? So that is why when if you are doing transaction online, so if you have the band in front of you, you select, because you are anyway selecting the state where you are going to register it. So once you are selecting the state, the payment structure also comes like that, the fee structure. So you select what fees is applicable and then you pay it.
Sir, what can be done is just a suggestion that the requirement of each state can be shown as a template where when I am going that, so first he says that these are the requirements. So in that requirement, standard requirement is there, fee requirement or whatever, additional requirement also if a state has, that can be displayed as a help or circulars, whatever is required. So then he knows that he has to comply with this. So which can be state specific.
So your point has been taken. See, basically we have been requesting to come to a common ground with the respective fee structure of respective states. Once we have the fee structure of respective states, then we will be in a position to come to a common ground and give a platform which is easily accessible and the payment is done seamlessly. That's what we are.
Sir. So one more important thing, sir, because there is a consent for construction. That is not included in that.
Consent. That approval you give, no? When he is giving you the thing, see, when we are applying, when you are applying for registration, correct, the application comes to you.
But before the registration, you have to give consent for construction. That's there in the
Consent.
First plan approval is first. Before the plan approval, there is a consent for construction. Like 10,000 rupees.
There is there in shipbuilders and designers section. They will apply for drawing approval.
No, drawing approval, everything is there. That is under.
We are talking here for the registration of the
We will run through that, no issues. I have noted it down.
Okay, so after proceeding with the payment, let's suppose payment has been done and payment is successful. The summary of the entire application which was filled by that particular user will be populated here in front of the user. All the documents which was uploaded during filling the registration form, that will be showcased. The payment which was done, that will be, detail will be there, and the final submit option will be available with that particular user to process it for the with the respective designated authority. So let's suppose user has filled all the details and he has clicked on the final submit.
So till now, whatever activity has been done is in the draft mode of that particular user, and after the clicking of final button, it will be moved to the department, that is to the state.
So when you see the dashboard of the vessel owner, you will see that form has been submitted. So at any time he can monitor the status of his application, which is pending with the designated authority. So now we log in.
Sir, sir, as you can see, so that application is submitted. Now we are being log in with the login ID of the respective DA. So this is the dashboard of the designated authority of Uttar Pradesh. So in the vessel registration tab, you can see one application is received with the status of submitted. So again, with the DA, there are certain provisions to either approve or reject that particular application. So once he will be clicking on that action button, so the detail which was filled by that particular ship owner, that will be populated to the designated authority. He will be checking all those detail, validating all those documents which were uploaded, and if the things are fine, he will be like clicking on approval for processing that application.
Now here 3 options are given. One is the approve, another one is the clarification required, and third one is the reject. If the authority who is scrutinizing this document or this application feels that everything is wrong in, he can simply reject the application. If there are some minor errors or minor defects are raised in the application, then he can ask for some clarification. Once asked for the clarification, the application will again land in the user dashboard with the status that clarification is required, and what clarification is required, that can be filled by the the application can be modified, relevant documents can be again uploaded, and he can again submit the application. And if the application seems to be okay, the approve button is there to approve this particular application.
So once the designated authority is
So that is to say DA will approve the registry to be done.
So no sir, he is just approving the further processes of that application.
What is further processing? If
Sir,
all the documents uploaded has been found in order.
Sir, inspection will be scheduled. Sir, inspection will be scheduled.
Surveyor's job. Inspection is the surveyor's job. Inspection is the surveyor's job.
See, when this particular application is approved, that means it is giving a consent for the construction. The question which was asked
Consent
by
for
CEO.
construction? No. He is talking about registration approval.
These kinds of things are not there is no application format for consent for
No, there is no separate form for consent. So
Actually, there is no format for consent for construction. So we have prepared one format and included in our portal, and a certificate also. Definitely, we can share.
It is required, sir, as per the Act. We
after
need
Act it's required.
prior new construction or any modification. It has to be approved by the designated authority.
Addition and modification, it is there.
No, even for new construction, it is go to section 8 of the Act, sir. Section 8 of the Act, it is required.
So what is this delivery date, delivery month? Because I didn't see it any of the rules or right. Vessel delivery date, no? Vessel delivery date is made mandatory in the registration form.
Sir, we are.
When he is making an application to the designated authority, he gives a period when the vessel will be constructed. So that point is given.
What trying to say is that it should be built date, not delivery date.
No, delivery date is there, but it is not
delivery-
there in the Act or rules. It's not
See,
specified.
delivery, it is not specified. We are only giving the built year. The date which we are putting is built year, because there could be some reason when the owner may not continue construction of the vessel, or the shipyard is not in a position to deliver the vessel on time. There could be so many other factors. So we have disregarded those factors, and we have just gone mapping the built year.
Vessel build year is there, but
Yeah.
along with that there is a vessel delivery date.
So it is month and year.
So when you are entering into an agreement with the shipyard for construction of the work, you are giving a delivery period. It's a 9 months delivery period or a 12 months delivery period or 15 months delivery period.
Is that there in the format? Format में तो था या नहीं तो ऐड किया है सर तो I will check.
We'll check this part also. So
Sir,
if you want-
yeah, let me just clarify on this. Captain of Ports, Goa. Here now, why don't we just give the keel laying date first, and from there we take forward.
Keel laying date is there.
Yeah, from there we can take forward.
Form when we go to the form, the keel laying date is there.
So from the keel laying date, then you have to give them a period. Okay, within this period it has to be completed. Otherwise, it will take 3 years. Like that, it will be like that. Also in Goa. Okay, now here there is one issue over here. Now anybody and everybody wants to register the boats to be registered in Goa. So is there any option for the designated authority to reject that?
There is nothing. There is no provision as per the act.
Yeah, because see now what is happening, there are no jetties available there and everyone wants to put, so then they can take the designated authority to court. Why you are not giving us the registration? So how do we overcome this? Because there are lots of people who just want to, over the whole of India, all maritime state, they will want to register the boats in Goa and they want to operate in that small basin over there.
Sir, for that
okay.
we have given that provision to reject that application.
What reason? What is the reason?
Ankur.
Okay.
Just a minute. So if you recall, we had a discussion in one of the sessions where I had brought out this point, considering what is the fee structure. That was sometime June, July last year when we were having a discussion. If we don't maintain a uniform fee structure or a slight variable in the fee structure, then definitely wherever the fee structure is less, the owners will always try to register the vessel in that particular state.
I don't think this 1,000, 2,000 matters.
No.
But one thing, sir, but we in Kerala, most hectic fee for the houseboat sector. So that's, but we allow them to play in that particular area only.
Okay.
Now what we face is that they will get it registered from somewhere and go to the court and say that this is all India registration, they can play it in the Alapura River. So they will bring it to the, there is a High Court stay also. We cannot enforce this. We cannot tell them that you cannot operate this. So they one day this entire
Area, see, area of operation has been.
No, we are mixing the provisions of the act with the database. Database is implementing what exists. Yes. There is nothing which stops. So they are only translating this into action. But you are raising the issue is different.
We cannot make it uniform, sir. We cannot make it uniform or some different. All the sources actually.
Sir,
issues of act.
if I may say that the provision in the special category allows including geographical area. So you declare that particular as a special category area which you are there with the approval of the competent authority. You request to the competent authority. The competent authority, no, including area of
Operation.
Operation. It does that.
Area of
You
operation is
say
there.
that this area is a restricted area in terms of environment or whatever concerns, and you request to the competent authority declares it as a special category area, and then only vessels, whatever restrictions to be put, that can be put, sir.
So nothing stops you from rejecting it. What stops from rejecting it only? You don't want to register. You put a reason there. As per what
No.
see the maximum limit has been reached. We don't register.
No, sir. They will go to the court and get it. That's the issue, sir.
So that will be, court will reject only if it is an arbitrary decision. If as a state you make a policy for whatever reason, we don't want to register. Fine, court will uphold it.
We made that, sir, but the High Court stated that Act is in.
Same thing applies to vehicle registration today. If Delhi says today that you will not fly odd number vehicle on this and this date, nothing in the act which says that, but they are able to do that. No? It's the rational thing. Nobody will stop that. Don't worry of that part.
It is what in area of operation in survey is for the is zone only. Zone 3 is on we can restrict, but we cannot restrict it in a particular area. State will decide on that. Sir.
These you can always bring in as a considered policy.
Yes, sir. We tried that, sir, and we restricted that in the Vembanad particular area. This cannot be operated, but they went to the High Court, and High Court stayed that saying that Act does permit that. Who are you to forbid that?
So one thing is that consent forms are
I have noted down.
If you can include this.
ये आपका approval क्या है? What is this approval? This is approval to construct only.
Registration.
Section 8 में जो ऑप्शन है approval to construct only.
वो अलग चाहिए सर.
वो अलग चाहिए. तो पहले एक चाहिए.
This can't be registration. No, the process has started.
Yes. So we have to categorize.
इसके बाद marking carving. After this is the marking and carving requirement.
या सर इसके इस पे तो पूरा एंट्री चाहिए, कंसेंट फॉर्म पे तो कुछ भी नहीं चाहिए.
इनिशियल स्टेज का वो डालना पड़ेगा consent.
वो एक कैटेगराइज करना पड़ेगा.
So section 8 जो कह रहा है उसको डालने की
Section 8 है.
Sir, we have noted down, sir. We will
And chapter 7 section 42 special category sir, उसमें special area दिया हुआ है. Area of plying is there. So there it is a special category. So they can declare a special category where because special category can be done by competent authority has to approve the category. Categorization of special category is with the competent authority, but the designated authority can apply even for type of vessel or whatever comes in special category can be applied by the designated authority to competent authority, and then it gets declared as a special category, and then the subsequent rules can be drafted.
Sir, my question is, sir, even if you declare
Shreya,
special category waters,
can we have an interpretation on that? Section 42? No.
Okay. So proceeding ahead with the application process, the DA will be.
Registered and approved, then only a ship can start building because if there is a restriction coming or not.
After consent, you can start building.
There has to be, the process is first consent has to be obtained. After consent, you submit the your plans, etc. approval. Then you are going to registration is the last aspect. No?
So if someone is not supposed to reject the application later once the ship is ready, then how do one come to know as a ship owner?
You are getting the.
No, see, if you see the process, when you are doing the registration process, the cycle is you will be getting a marking and carving note. There is an inspection for the marking and carving note. We are only capturing in this module the major milestone. We are not doing the back end work which is being done at the shipyard level. The inspections which are carried out at shipyard, we are not mapping that. We are only mapping the major milestone like carving and marking note. After carving and marking note, when the initial inspection, initial survey is done, we are mapping that, and the declaration of survey, that is being mapped, and then the application for your certificate of survey and certificate of registration.
for shipbuilder, there is a separate section where he will apply for regular surveys during construction. Yes, and he will apply, he will upload the drawing, the designer can upload the drawing, get the approvals, that's a separate.
No, my actual question was, if the authority is has the power to reject it later and the vessel is built, so that is the reason the question came in. Okay.
See,
Once he starts construction, will the authority be able to refuse arbitrarily?
no sir, no sir, no.
Once he is given, you go ahead to construct.
That's why the consent came, initial consent is required.
No, that we have noted. We will just see where we have missed it out.
When you say approve, there should be consent generated in those places. As per that itself. Once you get the consent, you will not be arbitrarily rejected. Only if you are not meeting the norms, a different case.
Okay, so once the application process will be initiated, the designated authority will be scheduling a inspection. Okay, so inspection will be scheduled, a surveyor will be assigned, and the title for that inspection will be mentioned, and on which date that inspection has to be scheduled, that will be entered by the designated authority. So once that record will be saved, as you can see, appointment has been scheduled for the surveyor. So the surveyor who has to schedule the inspection of that particular vessel, that will be scheduled. And in the dashboard of the respective ship owner as well, as you can see, ship owner in his login will get a status as that inspection has been scheduled on such a such date with such time. So in this way the application can be tracked. So I have submitted the application, it has been reviewed by the DA, application process is approved and the inspection is scheduled. Now
Yeah, the notification will be sent on the email
as well as the mobile. Pardon sir? No. Sir, inspection for issuing the carving and marking note.
No. This is not that. This is basically what we were thinking. Probably we had not used the word consent part of it.
Maybe
That is when you have made an application, this surveyor does the inspection and he gives his approval. That means that is the consent for you to go ahead for your construction part of it. After that, you apply for the carving and marking note. After that, he issues the carving and marking note. You schedule an inspection for the carving and marking note, and the next cycle of inspection is your initial inspection. Between these processes, we are not mapping anything on the application, because that is, it will be too much of a data which will.
It is the last stage.
Yeah.
Just before registration. Once the consent is issued, we should go for the keel laying, and 3 types of surveying is there.
So that is a part of shipbuilder scope. That is a part of shipbuilder scope in the shipbuilder's module. He will be applying, sir.
Shipbuilder will be applying for that.
Yes, sir, because the shipbuilder, in the shipbuilding, there is one scope where he'll apply for all the surveys for inspection for when he is doing the construction. Generally, practically, most of the time it is the shipbuilder. So that at least the option should be there. You can add that option, because that is a part of shipbuilder, because in IB vessel normally ship owner doesn't have a representative. Normally it is the other side. The ship owner only. He does everything. He does everything. Ship owner does everything. How this vessel was connect with the vessel builder? How the vessel builder identify the application is submitted?
So there is
So that will be processed, which will be done at the ground level, and the necessary survey reports and the certificates will be uploaded in this application.
No. How the vessel builder, there is another window for the vessel builder also.
Yes.
So once he is selected, one will go to him also for uploading all this.
Sir.
Let's run through the application and then we can answer the queries.
Okay, so in this.
Go through this entire process. Once we will finish this process, then we will have a queries on that.
Okay, so in this way, as you can see in the ship owner login, the application status is inspection has been scheduled. Now, this is the login of the designated authority. So inspection has happened at the back end. Now, the action of uploading that inspection report can be taken from the designated authority. So, as you can see, this is a form in which the inspection which was done at the yard level, that will be carried out, and that particular report will be uploaded in this particular portal.
So who is uploading it? DA or surveyor?
Sir, it is
surveyor.
So it will be uploaded by the surveyor. Currently, we have showcased in the designated. Yeah.
One more request. In case of Bihar, Bihar has designated the authority to Nini for survey, and the principal Nini allocates the surveyor. So there may be a requirement of in the allocation, and then the principal uploads the reports or after the surveyor submits it to the principal, or the so that needs to be also.
Okay, this is a special case.
No, there will be such cases in mostly
what I'm saying is
cases.
This is a special case. The designated authority can give the administrative rights to the person whom he is delegating. Once the right is given, you can access the portal and you can upload the documents.
then that has to be provided in the software for the designating authority to delegate.
We have, that is what in the beginning I said, no? Okay, the total hierarchy is like this. IWI is the super administrator. Okay. IWI creates the designated authorities username and password, and it is shared. That is why we have been requesting states to nominate their officers. So by name we create the administrator for the state. Once the administrator for the state is created, thereafter it is the discretion of the designated authority whom he wants to delegate the responsibility to carry out a particular task. That is what we are saying. You have to define the roles and responsibility and the hierarchy part of it. You communicate to us. If you want us to do for you, we will do it. Otherwise, you can do yourself.
It is possible in the
It is possible. It is possible.
What is happening is, in your case, the software that you are making, it is going to be valid for everybody.
Everybody across the board.
It is the present system. I'll give you a practical example. So DA is who? Most likely DA is going to be the VCCU of GMB, Gujarat, who is an IAS officer, who will most likely will be the DA. Now presently what is happening is the registry authority is directly doing all these procedures, all these functions. Now what it says is the application is now going to DA.
See, the DA, when we are talking about DA, because that is what has been defined, what we are saying is you need to identify your officer who will. See, नहीं नहीं एक मिनट सर बेसिकली क्या है
DA can delegate what the DA had. He will not delegate what the registering authority has. The registrar is already, that is something notified already. It is not going to be delegated by DA.
नहीं 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 it's एक मिनट
Registering authority is a separate entity.
Yes.
Nothing to do with
Registering authority is not DA. Independently is different.
Delegating authority is only an administrative part. Registering authority
See, when we talk about in the application, when we talk about the state coordinator, he is the administrator for allocating the username and password, because whatever hierarchy which is followed in a particular state, correct? You have a registrar. There are in some state there are registrars. There are some state there is no registrar. It's only one chief surveyor or a surveyor who is performing. I'll give the example of Calcutta. If you take West Bengal, there is one surveyor who performs all the functions, correct? So what we have basically done in that particular system, we are creating a administrator for the state. Now, depending on the roles and responsibilities which is there in the organization, according to that, whosoever is the admin head, designated authority, he can give, if he gives a delegation for registering to the registrar, he gives the delegation to the chief examiner for the examination part of it, he gives the delegation to the surveyor for carrying out the surveyor part of it.
Sir, I do not understand your point. Your IWAI Act already clearly defines the surveyor.
So we have done is as per that only, no?
It defines the surveyor, it defines the chief examiner, it defines the chapter. It defines the DA also.
So DA and registering authority and surveyor are all well defined in your this thing, and there is a notification from the state government towards all this. Surveyors are already notified. Registrars are already notified. Like in case of Gujarat, registrars are already notified. Surveyors are already notified as per the existing acts. As per your new act, they will be notifying again. So what I am saying is, this cannot be linked. The DA is DA. Registrar is registrar, surveyor is surveyor, examiner is examiner, chief examiner is chief examiner. These are all notified.
Sir,
I am not saying they are linked.
Sir, if I,
please, I have
will
not said that
clarify
they are linked.
As per the Act, there can be multiple designated authorities for responsibilities that are assigned to it. Act allows it. Section 5 of the Act clearly states that there can be more than one designated authorities. So according to that, the designated authority need not be one. It depends on the state. They can have multiple designated authorities for different activities that are required.
Basically, what was calling a registering authority, there's nothing like that in that. Opening Act can
registrar
multiple DAs.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
That will have to configure accordingly. There is nothing like registering authority in that. वो शब्द ही नहीं है इसके अंदर के अंदर पूरा का पूरा.
नहीं है
What
सर.
doesn't exist?
नहीं है सर. Registrar है सर, but he has to be also designated by the authorities.
Which section is registrar?
Registrar is
Registrar will be there, sir. Registrar, surveyors, सब होंगे.
Yes, sir, 20, sir. Appointment of ports of places and registrars. Section 20. First.
What is the function of the registrar?
So he is the custodian and for the registering of the vessels.
But he is not going to register.
He is
Is he registering or DA is registering?
DA registrar does the registrations.
So have you created the registrars here? Do we have provision for the registrar here?
Yes, sir. Sir, we have a provision in which the state coordinator is creating credentials for the registrar.
So what actually Mishra is trying to say is that the registration application should go direct to registrar. That is what is वहाँ से है directly. Consent
Sir, see.
DA देगा. Consent the X is DA लिखेगा. Right? पर उसके बाद directly application वहाँ जानी चाहिए. मतलब let us say वो एक बार आप point लिख दीजिए.
No, I have noted down.
Twice आएगा, consent के लिए आएगा और final registration के लिए आएगा. In between it will be between port of registry and survey.
Allocation of surveyor should go to chief surveyor.
Chief surveyor नहीं है ना.
Chief
Chief
surveyor तो
surveyor is not there.
Designated authority है.
डिफरेंट स्टेट में तो हमारे तो डिफरेंट एक ही रजिस्टर है, एक ही रजिस्ट्रिंग अथॉरिटी है, लेकिन पोर्ट ऑफ रजिस्ट्री तो मेनी है, 9 है. So this will come to the port of registry, and port of registry will give to the surveyor. For final registration only, this will come to the registering authority. All is between the port of registry and the surveyors. They will manage everything, and after completing all the surveys, this will come to the registering authority for registration. And the registering authority is role on the surveyors, and if he requests, he can depute another surveyor for final registration. That part only the registering authority's role comes for the survey part.
But the act registering authority what is not there.
Registrar is the registering authority. Both are same.
So that is why that when we had put in the drop down menu, we had used that word register.
We did complete flow chart we have, and we started it also. Anyway,
So basically Gujarat जो कहना चाह रहे हैं कि should go to the respective registrar of the application. That's what you're saying, no?
It should be in line with that act. And rules. See, if those authorities are already marked in that, already have notifications.
Sir, it's like Motor Vehicle Act. The commissioner is there, but commissioner has no role in registration. Only this RTO, district RTO is the registering authority. Commissioner तो administration तो करता है, CEO तो administration करता है. इनको जो report चाहिए तो आना चाहिए. So there is notification saying that such report should be come to the designated authority. That part is there.
So
that report only should comes to the state government. Say, I am acting on behalf of state government. Wherever it is stated that the report should go to the state government, that and another thing is that in some cases state government has to certificate production, such things are there. In that part, CEO's roles comes. The state government notify me as the agency on behalf of state government. My role comes. Otherwise, for registration and survey, no role for the designated authorities.
Okay, we move forward. We'll continue with the discussion. Next.
Okay, so here the designated authority is uploading the inspection report. When the inspection happened, the report of that particular inspection, and he'll be uploading that particular report. So once that report is uploaded in the login of that particular respective ship owner as well, you can see the inspection report has been uploaded. See, the status has been changed to this. Now, from the login of the designated authority, he can issue the carving and the marking note for that particular vessel registration. So once click on the carving and marking note, so this will be the form as per the IWAI Act that will be auto-populated through the system itself, and here designated authority will be issuing an official number to that particular ship, the port of registry which was selected earlier during the registration process, that will be populated, the year of registry, and this form will be auto populated based on the act which has been defined. So here also this particular form will be generated to the system itself. So as you can see, the particular form number 5 for the carving and marking note is generated by the system, where all the details related to the vessel has been auto populated, which was entered during the registration process. Also we have to validate the authenticity of that particular certificate. We have given a provision of the QR code as well. So in that case, if any of the authenticity need to be checked, that can be scanned and the certificate number of that particular certificate will be populated in that particular after scanning.
This is an additional feature which we added for security perspective. Even now, the certificate of survey or registration certificate will be issued by the DA will have a QR code.
Okay, so as the carving and marking note is issued by the respective DA, so in the dashboard of the respective ship owner, you can see the status of that application changed to carving and marking note issued. Now once the carving and marking note issued, the respective ship owner will take necessary action for the conduction of the survey for that carving and marking note. So he will be clicking from the application for the conduction of carving and marking note. Since this is the form for the application for the carving marking note, the details which were filled during the registration process, that is auto populated here. The type of vessel is to be selected. So these are the details, the owner detail has to be mentioned here. These are auto populated which was filled during the registration process. Place of proposed survey, where the particular ship owner is willing to get the survey conducted, that will be entered. Any document related to that particular for the authority, that will be uploaded and the application will be submitted. So once, since there is a payment involved for the conduction of carving and marking note survey as well, so user has or ship owner has to pay the necessary fee related to that particular process. So payment will be done and that application will be submitted, and in the status of that particular ship owner, the status changes to the applied for carving and marking note survey. Now again, as you can see in the dashboard of the designated authority, the status of that application which was filled by Mr. Kumar Anjan as a ship owner has changes to the applied for the carving and marking note survey. Now in the back end, what will happen, that survey will be conducted and designated authority will be uploading the carving and marking note survey report. So he can take necessary action. Pardon sir?
This will be uploaded by surveyor.
Yeah, this will be uploaded by surveyor. Okay. So in here the survey date will be mentioned, when the survey conducted, and the survey report will be uploaded. Sir, it is it has been like provided by the DA, but that carving and marking note issued by the surveyor. ठीक है सर.
Sir, in the present setup, when the application is submitted, the application is being seen by all the three dignitaries. The surveyor will also see, the registrar will also see, the DA will also see. Because since we didn't have the total thing, we have given that flexibility that the things will be viewed by all, and then specific to that we can configure. That is what I'm saying. No, we to go ahead. We have when you apply, you will the surveyor will also see, the registrar will also see, and
designated authority will also see.
The other DA will also see. Now, if it has to be tailored, we can do that. For that, we have been seeking the inputs, but unfortunately, we have not been able to get the inputs.
In the workshop we have given this, I think probably.
नहीं आया नहीं था, आया होता तो हम कर देते हैं. नहीं, point has been taken.
Everything relating to registration of acreage being done by the restricting authority also.
Yes.
It's not in the rule of DA.
Except consent. Initial consent section में है. वो भी नहीं. Consent. Consent clear लिखा हुआ है.
एक छोटा सा humble request यही है, क्यों मैं ये बोला इस चीज को? If you keep everything at one window, you see, it is not possible. हो सकता है disperse होने में ही time लग जाए. People see, we have to keep in mind the manpower that we have at the stations. We have to make it in the most simple manner. That is, it moves.
Definitely, sir.
And it goes right straight to the person who is supposed to do the job. If you have too many links,
everybody can see. Fine.
Everybody seeing is one thing.
ठीक हो कर
नहीं, note कर लिया sir.
Okay, so here the carving and marking note survey report has been uploaded, and in the dashboard of the respective ship owner, you can see the status has been changed to carving and marking note survey report uploaded. Now the respective ship owner can take necessary action for the application for the initial survey of that particular vessel. So he'll be clicking on the apply for the initial survey. That particular initial survey application form will be populated here, in which he has to enter the detailed information related to the vessel, whether related to the length of that vessel, the breadth of the vessel, the depth of vessel, the draft, the gross tonnage of the vessel, net tonnage, category of vessel which is auto populated, the number of, since we have selected the category as passenger, so number of passenger, then the particulars of hull. So there are certain fields which are mandatory and which are not mandatory. So the fields which are mandatory, that has to be filled by the particular ship owner. So this detail will be filled.
And for special category,
So placement,
special
placement में length वो डाला है. Placement में 100 डाला है, उसको location डाला.
Now,
Left, right.
special category vessel rules are under formulation. The moment we do that, according, उसमें whatever certificate which is required to be done, that will be included.
And what happens to, sir, the category A vessel in zone 1 where class is involved, let us say IRIS is doing.
Yes.
So is there provision where class can upload because being constructed under.
There is a user registration for classification society also, wherein whatever inspection is carried out by the class, and finally they will upload the certificate.
Okay, so these particulars of the propulsion of engine will be filled. The particulars of communication equipment, what are the facilities of the communication equipment on the vessel, that will be filled.
Last time we had told remove SATCOMs.
No. Well, that amendment is to be done. That has been noted after last discussion.
Particulars of pollution control devices, in which certain fields are mandatory, some are not mandatory. Particulars of crew. Now after that we have certain sections like the facilities of accommodation and safety, the equipment details. So if I fill, these are not mandatory, but these are to be filled by the particular respective ship owner. Firefighting item, life-saving equipment.
We have captured it as per the rule form, and because this is the first time where all the records can be maintained. After that, the records are not maintained. So it would be prudent that all the ship owners fill in the data.
Now see, as the sir was telling earlier, here the builder certificate, the statutory drawings and the drawings related to that vessel, that are mandatory to be uploaded here for the processing further. So final survey will be done.
Ma'am, that is under category C, it is under the designated authority, state government. You have to register, vessels have to be registered. But this.
Now that process is also involved with certain payment parts, so necessary payment has to be done. And once the payment is done, the initial survey application is submitted and it will be available in the respective dashboard of the designated authority. Here, as you can see,
just one point here. One part of the survey form was the communication equipment. As per the law, it's supposed to only...
This particular list is going to be amended.
Okay. Because the VHF, etc., you can't have it on board without a ship station license, like a license.
Yeah.
Wireless license.
So, see,
which we cannot have without a registration.
There is an amendment which has been proposed for the bare minimum requirement of communication system, which is there as per the rule, safe navigation, communication and signal. That amendment is with ministry. The moment they do pre-publication, if you have any suggestions, you please.
His question is, you cannot apply for a
I know that.
license till you have a registration certificate.
Yes.
So if the equipment itself does not require a license, the mandatory equipment, if that does not require a license, then the problem is solved.
Yeah.
Which is what
that we have taken care.
Ideal. So it depends on which equipment we are talking about. Like,
see,
yeah, if VHF is there, then it is required.
It is compulsory in all IWSL. So that is why what he is saying is the exact point. Ship station license needs to be included. Anyway, we'll
that is there. That is included. No, that is what I'm saying. Okay.
license. No, the ship station license will be after you get the registration. So once you have the you have to apply to WLL for all that. Oh, no. Okay, we got the point. When you apply for survey, at least nowhere in the module we have to apply for ship station license. So somewhere we need to include that. The ship station license as well after registry. Once you have a registration certificate in your hand, it has to be applied to WLL to get the. Okay.
Mesh.
But we won't be able to buy the equipment till we don't have the ship station license, because right now
I'll just what we will do here is we will put a rider. Okay, this license is required. That is what an indication which is required. But since the process follows after the registration, because without the registration certificate, WLL does not give the ship station license.
We are getting provisional registration now. That's the step now. After that, we apply for ship station license with that provisional registration.
See, what I'm saying is कि we make a provision there कि application for
Number or whatever copy upload. That's all. That is what we are saying.
okay. So once that like initial survey is requested, after that in the dashboard of the designated authority, he will be issuing the survey declaration. Since survey is conducted, so he will be issuing that survey declaration. So as per the form number 2 of the IV Act, that particular survey declaration form is auto-generated, and the details which were pre-filled, that will be auto-populated in the application itself. So here certain like mandatory fields that particular DA has to mention based on the survey which is conducted. So deck name, the space, number of passengers. So there are other section as well, like freeboard, number of passengers, dead weight, tonnage.
these are all the form is as per the rule, and the fields are also defined as per that.
The particulars
so the fields
of
have to be filled so that the complete record is available with the ship owner as well as the designated authority.
So all this detail will be filled.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. You have to select the type of vessel. Once you select the type of vessel, your particulars will come according to that.
Now this where that particular survey report is issued, that location will be entered and it will be submitted. So as you can see, the status. Surveyor. As you can see, the status of that application changed to initial survey completed for that particular respective application. Now in the dashboard of the respective ship owner, the status of that application is initial survey completed, and now further he can take necessary action for the application for the provisional certificate of survey, or even he can apply for the certificate of survey. So what next section? Now ship owner is applying for the provisional certificate. This declaration form will auto populated, the necessary fee will be paid, and application status changes to the applied for the provisional certificate. Now here the respective designated authority will receive that status and issue the provisional certificate of survey. So again certain details are to be filled. Date of issue, date of expiry, and issue the provisional certificate of survey. Okay, after the submitting that application, the provision will come for the generate of that certificate. So as per form number 4 of IWAI Act, this provisional certificate of survey will be auto generated through the system itself.
Yeah.
Okay, so whatever the details which was filled, that will be populated here.
Ankur, just a minute. Here we have been requesting the states to provide us the DSC kit, integration kit for digital signature. So if that could be expedited, then it will be easier for us to, built in into the system.
So after that, the next step is he can apply for the provisional certificate of registration. So in this particular form, the details like based on the IWAI Act, that will be auto populated, and here he has to enter the reason why he is asking for the provisional certificate of registration. Certain documents are need to be uploaded, like certificate of provisional survey, insurance certificate, mortgage details. All this detail will be uploaded.
Yeah, here the reasons for provisional certificate, we can include the ship station license as a drop down menu,
okay,
so that factor gets completed.
Okay, so ship owner will be paying necessary fees, and application for that provisional certificate of registration will be submitted for the respective designated authority. After that, the DA will issue the provisional certificate of registration. So again, once you click on the issue, the certificate will be auto generated as per the IWAI Act of form number 13, provisional certificate of registration, containing all the particulars of that vessel. So in the dashboard of the respective ship owner, the status changes to the provisional certificate issued, and further action he can take. He can apply for the provisional certificate of survey, or even he can apply for the certificate of survey.
After this, he will go for the full term certificate of survey and
provisional. Okay.
नीचे आओ, come down, scroll down.
be multiple DA then. In survey certificate also, there is a surveyor and DA. So we have to define some, like someone will be the designated authority for signing survey certificate.
So there will
The
be
registry may
multiple
be.
requirement actually for different reasons. We have to have designated authority because, for example, detention of vessel for pollution, etc. is a separate requirement under the Act where it has to be there. So, and it says designated authority. The word has been used multiple times, so we have to have multiple designated authorities by the state to be created, and accordingly those rights have to be given.
Account for that.
Yes, sir.
So
Okay.
this will be also signed by two, like by registering authority also and by DA.
Signature will be from only one registering authority.
Just one question here. What is the qualification of the registering authority?
To be
It's not
decided by the
mentioned.
state.
It is not mentioned. I can put
Yes,
any.
it is to be decided. It is to be designated by the state. It is given as per the Act. The
There
state
is
has
nothing
to
provided.
decide.
No, but the issue is what? Exactly. Allow me, sir. See, when you are saying the registering authority is going to check all the documents, all the plans, and he is going to register. So without, if he is not competent, how can he check the plans?
The plan is not his role. Not his role. It is the surveyor.
What I'll add on what he's saying plan is because under category C vessel, the plans have to be approved by the registrar or the designated authority.
So even I will say even the consent part.
Even category B, if the owner decides to, if he decides not to go with the classification society and he opts for designated authority, then all approvals have to be done by the designated authority. So that designated authority has to have that.
So that is why the Act had provided for multiple designated authorities, and the right was given to the state to appoint those multiple designated authorities. It was
Agreed.
taken care of when the Act was drafted.
Agreed.
We had all this deliberation at that time. I was part of the 5 meetings that happened with stakeholders. When the Act was drafted, it was taken into account on that basis. That is why in the Act, designated authorities is used
Multiple
as
times.
common. So we have to take that into account.
So presently registrar, there is no qualification as of now.
And that also why the registrar was left out without that, because each state had different registrars. It was not that the qualification could be, it was not one. The consent was not coming to one, because somewhere the RTO was himself doing registration. In landlocked state there were no surveyors. Surveyors were only in the coastal states, where we are used with the word that, because there they are using RTO. And that is why in INI the course was drafted for training of RTOs to be a registrar for boats. So this is
So much of diversity in the sector.
yes sir, yes sir, absolutely. So that is the reason.
And another thing, sir, this carving notes are to be issued after submitting all the details only. You have to issue carving notes in the first instance.
No. So you are submitting all the details. See again, like see the total part is we have not gone into the baseline where the activity which is required to be done at the shipyard level. We are only trying to capture the data, final data and the final certificates which is there as per what is required by the Act.
So just one question about the provisional certificate. Does the Act prescribe a limit to its validity of duration?
Yes.
Or is it up to the state?
There's a time limit.
Okay.
3 months.
Because here it allowed you to select any expiry.
3 months is there. Now we'll start with survey and certification. Basically, survey and certification, if you see the survey and certification rule, we have got different types of surveys which is required to be done for vessels in operation. This particular module is directly related for the existing vessel which has to undergo an annual survey. After the annual survey, it has to go for the dry docking survey or the intermediate survey. Then after 5 years, it is the renewal survey. And then the special survey or survey as directed by the designated authority in case of any material failure on the vessel during the inspection by the designated authority surveyors. So the basic so we'll do the demo part.
Yeah.
We'll just show you the application part for the survey and certification.
Okay. So moving ahead further, so basically as in the previous session what we have seen a process of user registration. After this user approval, they are applying for the vessel registration. Once vessel registration, entire approval workflow is completed. So in this case a vessel is registered. Now what happens when a vessel is registered? So there are certain surveys which need to be conducted for that particular registered vessel. So we have a provision, let's suppose in the ship owner login, we have a module, the survey application. In this, on clicking on this particular tab, what we see, there is a selection of survey types. Like if I see in the drop down, there are annual survey, intermediate docking in water survey, renewal survey, additional survey, extension survey. So these are some of the kinds of the survey which can be conducted through this application. So let's suppose we have selected the annual survey.
So initial survey is already covered, na? Pehle.
Covered in that.
See, what has been done in the module is, since there would have been confusion with respect to the type of surveys, so since initial survey is directly linked with the new buildings, so it has been covered in the new building part of it.
Okay, so once the ship owner will select the type as annual survey, the application form for like request for that annual survey, that will be populated here. So one key point or key feature is that since the vessel is registered, so official number is issued to that particular vessel. So user has to enter his official number, the vessel for which he is going to conduct the annual survey. So once that official number is entered, as you can see, the details related to that vessel is auto populated in the application form. So these are the pre-filled details which is already auto populated. Again, there are certain owner details which are auto populated. Now the user will be filling for the request for the annual survey conduction. So this is the place of the proposed survey where the ship owner is willing to conduct that annual survey, that will be entered. The enclosures, the copy of the last survey certificate which is which has to be uploaded, copy of certificate of registration, and any document, relevant document establishing the authority of authorized person if he is making any request for other person. Then that request form will be filled and submitted. So again, continuing with the process, there is a payment involved for the conduction of the annual survey for the ship owner. So he will be making certain payment. Once a payment is done, the application status is now one question which was asked in the earlier, that what comes in the survey approval tab. So as you can see, the ship owner has filled an application for the conduction of annual survey. So that request in his ship owner dashboard will come under survey approval tab. So here you can see the status is pending since he has applied for the annual survey. Currently the status is pending and that application will be redirected in the dashboard of the respective designated authority. So here we are logging from the designated authority. Again, in the survey approval tab of designated authority on the dashboard, that particular request like UP0808, which was the official number for the vessel, that request is assigned and it is in the pending state, and that designated authority can view the request which has been raised. So as you can see, once the DA will click on the view option, he will be able to see the entire details which are filled, and he will be here again the three options are available with the designated authority. If any clarification is needed, then DA can mark his remarks for the clarification, and that application will again redirect it to the respective ship owner with whatever the remarks of the clarification which is being entered by the designated authority, and the process for the approval and rejection is also there. So let's suppose this request for the annual survey conduction is being approved by the designated authority. So once that request is approved, means the inspection for that particular annual survey is to be conducted by the surveyor. So here the surveyor list will be auto populated, which are being registered in the particular system in that particular state authority. The details will be there.
Ankur, it is not auto population of the surveyor, it is the survey will be nominated by the designated authority.
Means
as per the list.
Means the list will be there, those surveyor list will be there, and he has to select that particular surveyor. So once he will be selecting that surveyor name, the title for that survey has to be given, and on which date that survey is to be conducted, that will be mentioned. So appointment has been scheduled for the surveyor. So once the survey request is processed by the designated authority, the status of that application is changed to the survey conduction, and even the ship owner, the assigned, the requested ship owner will also see in his dashboard that the status has been changed, and the particular designated authority has to upload the survey report in his for the further processing of this application. Yes sir. जी
सिमिलरली यहाँ भी आएगा तो अदर साइड को पार्टी को जब इस तरह से जाता है कि योर सर्वेयर हैज बीन फिक्स्ड फॉर दिस डेट एंड दिस टाइम in many cases for no other reason but because of the busy schedule and other works, if the person could not reach at that time and date, it will
the option for reschedule is there.
Sir, reschedule, और मैं तो ये बोलता हूँ कि अगर if possible you just say that so and so survey has been delegated this work.
Okay.
That will be on record.
So
that will be on
your
record.
point taken, but this was one of the thing which was discussed with all the stakeholders, and even Captain Solanki had said that we need to give a window for the thing, because
window.
We'll give
Like
a window.
We say that the surveyor has been marked that he so and so will be surveyor, but he can be given a window of 5 days, 4 days, 3 days.
See, that is why we give a complete the engagement of that particular surveyor. You have a complete map of that particular surveyor. Okay, how many survey has been allocated to that particular individual, whichever date is suitable for him, that you can
Sir,
put
this
in.
is on the assumption that the surveyor is doing only the survey job. That is not happening. Please understand. The one person is doing multiple tasking. So again, I would just request. If it is possible,
we will see what can
mix window या ऐसा कुछ कर दीजिए.
Sir, even we have.
In our portal, the applicant can request for a date change, and if the surveyor can change.
even surveyor can request for a change.
Why don't you leave it to the option with the surveyor?
No, it is, see, this survey allocation is done by the surveyor only, or whosoever is from the designated authority. It is not with the owner.
No, it is the designated authority you are writing, no? That
Sir,
he is fixing. Are you changing that? Are you changing? It is presently designated authority. DA is doing.
DA अभी तो हम उसी हिसाब से चल रहे हैं. We will now, since you are proposing that there should be a particular entity who will be doing it, so that marking we can do that. That should not be a problem.
इसमें क्या किया हुआ है? You have said chief surveyor is appointing surveyor. So that means again from chief surveyor it is going to a surveyor, and the surveyor has to again, as I said, that he should be available. So therefore it is better that just appoint the surveyor. Don't fix.
Yeah, that's the point I'm saying. Yeah.
The date and time should be left to the surveyor with a window that he will get within 1 week. He has to complete the survey.
Okay, we will work on that particular window part.
Thank you. That will be better.
Yes, please.
So, in this, if the surveyor or authority, whoever selects the date, is it possible
the same date for multiple vessels? Because often a surveyor will go to one area and just survey.
Yeah, it is possible. On a on a same particular date.
See, that is why we have given that option to the officer who is allocating the surveyor. Okay.
Leave the date open. I'm saying don't fix the date.
Like once a surveyor is assigned to a date, he can still be assigned to other vessels for the same date.
Yeah, he can suppose.
No assignment of date. You don't assign the date. You assign only the surveyor. Date, within 1 week he has to submit the survey report. Window period has to be bas. Usme wo he completes and then he submits.
But sir, in that case, that particular ship owner should also be aware that when the survey is going to conduct. So
The surveyor will send him a communication of his date.
Uncle, we'll look into this particular aspect.
इसमें थोड़ा सा सर
In our case, when it comes to
इसमें बेसिकली क्या है, जहाँ लार्ज स्केल सर्वे होता है बहुत ज़्यादा, वहाँ लोकल इश्यूज विल बी नोट, लाइक सर्वेयर विल बी टॉकिंग टू द ओनर्स कि भाई तुम्हारा कब अवेलेबिलिटी है, विंडो पीरियड आप देंगे तो आई थिंक शुड वर्क.
See, this particular the time period was given after deliberation with lot of stakeholders. That is why this was brought out. Others initially we had left it a window only. But ठीक है, अगर general feedback है तो we'll have a look at it. There is not an issue.
okay, so survey will be conducted on the ground, and designated authority will be uploading, or even the surveyor will be uploading that particular survey report. So this means survey report has been uploaded and the status of that particular changes to the status is approved. Certificate of survey issued, and now the particular ship owner can apply for can download that particular survey report which has been uploaded.
Service endorsement certificate.
And that annual survey certificate is like issued to that particular ship owner. So this is a format which is being generated by the system itself. So in this
basically in this particular thing, since this is a system generated certificate will be issued, we will not be able to do the certificate, generate the certificate again. So the endorsement certificate with the original certificate of survey number is what is generated.
Okay.
It's okay.
So in the similar way, the other type of surveys can be conducted, and the request for those surveys can be generated and it will be processed.
Is there an option for like a temporary extension of? Extension.
Yes, extension survey is there. If you have seen the drop down menu, that provision has been given.
Sir, can we go on the next slide?
Yeah.
For
Is there any provision for within how many survey the survey formality has to be completed?
for how many?
See, many times what happens one survey that I will not be able to say. So yes, let's take another survey. 2-3 surveys are also done. Annual survey or direction survey.
Okay.
So will there be any timeline or number of surveys that within this we have to complete?
Window period. Window period within which he has to submit. That is a window period. Window period.
Now,
No,
sir,
the owner has to ensure that all the defects which is highlighted by the surveyor is addressed before he invites the surveyor for the annual survey. So now we'll just see the process of registering the training institutes. The training institutes which falls under the central government shall be approved by the IWAI, which is the competent authority, and the training institute which is within the states, the state training institute shall be approved by the state. The state government may delegate the total powers to the designated authority for approval of the training institutes.
Okay.
So for the total process, again, they have to do their application, what is the bare minimum requirement, those things have been spelled out in the process. And they need to fill up the application. There will be an inspection part of it from the respective designated authority or IWI, depending on which type of institute it is. And then they...
One point here, the Act specifically says chief examiner. In the responsibility of chief examiner, they have mentioned approval of institute. So I think here specific should be, I have seen that.
Okay.
The duties of chief examiner. So when the Act says chief examiner or approval institute, then the DA may not, in your flow system you can see.
Sure, sir.
See, if you actually read the Manning rule, Rule 34, it has talked about everything but other than the approval of the training institute. So that has been actually, for that the amplification has been done, and the recommendation for amendment to the Manning rule and the approval, the standards for approval of the training institute as a schedule has been added into the amendment to the Manning rule and sent to ministry for approval.
Yeah, but eventually it will come.
Yeah, fine.
Just a suggestion.
No. See, I'm not discounting what you're saying. I'm just trying to amplify the current position.
Survey registrar.
Yeah.
Similarly, chief examiner is supposed to.
That can be there. Yeah.
Sir, can a privately owned institute also get the approval?
Yes. You have to fulfill the criteria. That's it. That is why the standards for approval of training institutes have been defined, and it will come as an amendment to the Indian Vessel Manning Rule 2022.
Because if you see the chart also, there is something wrong, Registering authority oblique DA gives provisional approval for the institute. Registering authority is for the ship's registry.
Yeah, registering authority.
Not for the institute.
Approving authority will be the...
No, it is very clear. It is very clear that in the Act of the chief examiner.
For the state government institute, for the central government, it is IWAI. Yes, demo.
IV crew, sir.
Okay, the crew has basically registered as a user in the initial phase, and then he can do the his complete.
Can you go back?
Yeah.
So I have one point to make, which I have been saying. I think Captain Indra Solanki will also agree. See what is happening when the state approves the institute, and when the when they are talking about switching this to NCV or foreign going or accepting the certificate by the other countries.
Okay.
There are two issues. One is if it is issued by government of, if the institutes are approved by government of India, whether IWI, then when the IMO audits de-shipping, which includes NCV certification, then they will not have any problem, because I had discussed and worked there in de-shipping. So, but if it is approved by state government, then there will be problems when you want to upgrade them to NCV. When the IMO does the audit, because it is question of white, grey list or whatever, we have to maintain the white list. That is one point. And second, what Captain Indravir Solanki said, that if you want our crew or IV crew to work in foreign waters, then there are definitely some countries, there will be reservations. So these 2 points, and again I have written many emails also earlier also, that this approval of institute, which may be recorded today also, that approval of the institute has to be done by IWI. Whether you can include the state member, that is fine. For PAN, if you see the preamble of IV Act itself says that uniformity. So uniformity will be very difficult. Suppose, now second question is, couple of questions. Second is, if the COC have Government of India emblem and the State Maritime Board is signing, or the institute. And the second is, suppose let us say Kerala or Gujarat has a government institute, and government, same state will approve same institute, its own institute, there will be conflict of interest. So so whether the institute which are owned by government, the approval will be by IWI. So these are the points which may be discussed in Delhi.
Whatever recommendations which you had.
No, that is what I am trying to say, because if we are trying to, no recognition, we are trying to see that IMO will do the audit of de-shipping for NCV certification, there will be a problem. So this is just my point.
The point which you had brought out and what you have sent the mail, that we have noted it down. The process for transition from IV to NCV and NCV to FG, that we are still under discussion. How do we work out? That is there under discussion. That is there under discussion.
If I may add to this, basically the when the IV crew from India, they need to be employed or opportunities. I have had discussions with the EU countries as well as with UK. So their administration is saying that we do not know any state, and if we start recognizing any state COCs, it will not. We do not have any such process. We have a process where the central government and has a standard, and on that standard we say, okay, the certificates issued by the government of India are recognized in, for example, we are talking to Austria, so are recognized by the government of Austria. And we don't want to go to multiple states and check their standards. So we had put in the IV Act, and then the direct question was that who is the authority who is issuing the COC. So when we said government of Bihar, so then these objections were there. Same thing with UK. They are saying that, for example, UK recognizes Indian COC, which is issued by DG Shipping. So they are saying that we are okay if DG Shipping authorizes the COC issued by the state, or you have a central body with whom we can have a bilateral agreement. A bilateral agreement has to happen with that particular government of the country. So then it becomes a easy process. So, and since we have already come to standardization of training, it is just question of standardization of the complete process by all across the country. So it becomes easier for placement of the boys who are trained in the IV sector also to work across the country.
No. So again, that is what I'm saying. This is under discussion. We are interacting with the Dutch government also, so that we understand what is the.
This point I'm trying that whether this approval has to be by apex body and it has to be centralized. So that is the certificate with government of India. No, institute approval, sir. Institute approval. Institute approval. Institute approval. The audits and cannot tell the state. When the IVF has come.
Actually, the IMO considers that as far as because they are the issuing authority, so they cannot be a training also. So then the conflict comes because I am also approving the certificate of the people whom I am training. So they have a.
So just one more point regarding, since we're talking about manpower and training, it's a bit of a segue, but if it comes to be that this training is sufficient for, let's say, coastal movement as well, can we also roll this into the single voyage permit requirements, which are currently governed, of course, by DG Shipping's notice, because right now the manning requirement for single voyages for IV vessels requires a
NCV
master and chief engineers and all, and most of the people who are willing to go on these voyages don't really do anything on these voyages, and they are normally folks who have retired from actual sea movement and don't really need the sea time, and so they're just there for the survey and they just stay during the voyage, but the actual work is actually done by the IV crew themselves. And we often have to select IV crew just on the basis of knowing what experience they have in these movements.
I do not concur that. It is not possible. IV crew cannot sail on high seas.
No, I'm not saying the IV crew, current IV crew. I'm saying since we are talking about them being trained well enough to do get NCV tickets and all. That's what I'm talking about.
Transition part we have anyway mentioned that there is a proposal for creating a transition window where the smart, I will say the smart IV crew who is there, who puts in that effort, he does the training, he qualifies that exam, and then does the transition for NCV. For NCV. For NCV. Okay. So that is still in the pipeline. So maybe someday.
And also on the engine side.
I know. What is
on
saying
the engine
is
side
today.
Legally it is not possible because, first of all,
No, I've got your point. See, DG Shipping has delegated the single voyage permission to IRS. Correct?
Correct.
Now, when IRS does the checklist, he checks all the material state of the thing, and then he does the crew certificate verification. In that, it is mandatory that you have a master, a second mate, and an engineer, right?
Right.
At least three NCB crew is there.
And particularly on the engine side, I mean the vessel has the same engine, whether it's operating there or here. And this is just something I'm bringing up because
you just imagine a scenario. You see why these regulations have come into play. Now the type of emergencies which comes at sea, high seas, until unless you are trained and groomed for that, it will be very difficult for you to survive. And for that survival, this is mandatory.
Sir, I totally understand the premise why it has come into play, but I'm telling you what is the practice. And unfortunately, the practice is that the people who are going with the tickets, or the masters and the engineers, the mates and the engineers, they are, I'm telling you frankly, they are of no use in these voyages. Most of them. It's unfortunate, sir.
No,
but it's true.
See, it's not fair. It's not fair to make such statement.
Let us hear. No, I'm telling you. You pay 20,000 to a master, you will get a good master. You will pay master 8,000 rupees, you will get such people.
Please let him say. It is all interactive.
No, I'm telling you a practical experience of mine.
Please, whatever you want to say.
Maybe I was a bit harsh. I don't mean to say no use, because obviously without them we can't even do the sale.
Your pain point is the quality of NCV crew which you are hiring for your single voyage permission. Am I right in my understanding?
It's not just the quality, sir. Basically, the work is done by the IV crew.
See,
and
let me put the question or frame the question the other way around. You are the owner of the vessel?
Yes, sir.
You are going to hire the crew?
Correct.
Whose responsibility is to select the crew?
The owner
or
the manager.
Then please select the crew which you feel deemed fit.
Sir,
you cannot, see, people, if you are saying he is a retired guy, if it is 65
sir, I'm not
years,
asking for relaxation of the rules. I'm not.
65 years, retired, he has to undergo a special medical examination, he has to get the approval.
Correct.
And thereafter, if he is fit enough to board on, has an endorsement on his COC, only then he is fit enough to set on board, right?
Yes.
So it's, see, there are issues, there is no denial to that. There are issues which the IV vessels owner is facing, that is also, there is no denial on that. We have to find a way where it's a win-win situation for everybody. First of all, the safety of the vessel, the safety of the crew, compliance of the regulation, because there are so many other factors which come into play. Any accident, the penalty is huge, mental as well as financial. Okay, so we need to factor all these things and then come with a amicable solution.
Which is why I'm not asking for a relaxation, sir.
No, I'm not saying relaxation. We don't have the authority to give relaxation. The point which is there, we'll try to find out a solution. And then you have to also contribute in finding, leading a way towards that solution.
Yes, sir. It's just that we are the ones who can represent this to DG as a forum. Otherwise, it will never get represented. That's the thing, sir.
My reply is that just try to, first of all, this is not a they cannot take decision on part of shipping, right? And this notice in per se is under revision. Like you will find sextant in the checklist, right? No, but it is under revision. Now, your second question, I understood that you are trying that IV crew should be allowed, but that is not be allowed because we are IMO member and we are being audited. So if you are de-shipping, IV vessel moves from one port to other port is the responsibility of de-shipping. whether IRS does state maritime boards on behalf of DG shipping. So if they tomorrow remove IV crew, tomorrow NCV or coastal crew, they will be audited, because IV crew are not rightly said, dealt to, to deal with emergencies, high seas emergencies. Secondly, there are bigger vessels, merchant ships which are moving around the coast. So, but definitely under review. So you should give your feedback and your whatever your point to DG shipping. I'm sure they will look in the matter. Thank you.
So the next module is for the inland vessel crew.
Sir, just to respond to the question about the approval of the training institutes, so sir, as rightly sir pointed out, that there is no authority given in the Act for granting approval of these training institutes. So therefore, we are planning to make amendments to the manning rules, and in that we have given the option for approval of training institutes which are lying within the state government jurisdiction to get the approval from the state government, or the state can actually request the center to give the approval, and all the central government institutes, IWAI will give the approval. So they have multiple ways that you can seek the approval from. The Act per se is not saying that the approval be granted by so and so authority.
Okay, yeah. We'll have a review on that. We have noted down the point. Okay. So now the next. So the next module is the IV crew. Now IV crew, when you are undergoing the user registration, you are filling up all your particulars and getting registered, and then you go into the for your training, you're serving on board. So the crew can upload update their profile by logging into the IV crew module. Because as on date, there is no record keeping for the particular crew in which vessel he has served and what type of machinery or what gross tonnage vessels has been operated by that particular individual. So basically, once he does this, then INDIC number is what we have proposed to be given to the IV crew, and this is a unique number which will be just like your PAN number. It will be there with the particular individual right from his commencement as a crew till his retirement, and these numbers will be application which will be filled by the particular crew goes to the designated authority to allocate the particular number, and the service record will also be provided by the designated authorities approval. So we run through the demo.
Number series will be done by IWAI, otherwise
No, system will generate, system will generate. Yes.
Okay.
So
sir, moving ahead with the demonstration part, as this is the login page in which the IV crew can register himself. So with the category, he will be selecting IV crew while registration, name of that particular person, the rank, the date of birth, his passport number, passport valid till, IND IVC number. It is basically for the number. These fields are not mandatory if, let's suppose, any of the existing crew is applying. So even he can also register in this particular portal itself. So should we proceed with the registration part or just show with the login? Okay. So we have already registered a person with his IV crew profile. So we are logging from his ID.
This is for undergoing training. Sorry?
No. So this crew is registering himself in this portal. So let's suppose with the name Mahesh, a member IV crew is there. So he has registered, his ID is approved by the designated authority, he has logged into his portal. Now in the profile section what he can see all his detail, what his personal details, his educational details are there. Even these details can be updated in his profile section as well. The service records, whatever the service he has performed in the past, that will be maintained. The list of courses which he has conducted, that detail will be showcased there. So moving ahead on the application for the IND IVC number. So here the crew member will be applying for the IND IVC a unique number. So in this particular section he will be selecting an option whether he is an existing crew or a new crew member. So let's suppose he has selected a new crew. Now IVNTI name. So this is the name of the institute in which he has done his courses, or he is willing to.
Which is the date, cutoff date for existing crew? 5 years करना पड़ेगा plus
27 तक.
27 will be existing.
So the institute name will be selected, his nationality will be there, the records related to his 10th mark sheet, the passport size photograph, that will be uploaded. Okay, so this type of application form will be there for processing of this application. Through this by filling this application form, he will be applying for the IND IVC number to be generated. I think we should proceed with the registration part, so it will be more clear to all. So how it will be, the application will be processing. So just register a new IV crew. Name is IV crew. This is not mandatory fields, so he can skip. Email ID is the mandatory field because the email ID will be his login ID for this particular portal. State Uttar Pradesh, his mobile number, the permanent address, you can check as same as. Now whatever the documents he has, he can upload. So these are not mandatory, only the Aadhaar number is mandatory for taking his records. Now once he has registered, again the process will be similar. The request is generated, that will be, the approval of this ID will be processed at the DA level of that respective state. So in the log.
Here the DA is approving basically that he is an IV crew, right? But nowhere based on the Aadhaar.
Sir, he is just approving the user registration part of it.
Aadhaar anybody can apply. So there should be some document from, whether if it's existing, some yes sale, some owner's letter, or because you understand.
Yeah.
Otherwise anybody can just apply.
For existing crew, he has to upload his COC.
ग्रुप के लिए जिसमें COC
ग्रुप
के लिए COC इसके बाद
अच्छा इसके GP
लश्कर और तो आई थिंक वो भी हमने एक बार डिस्कस किया था कि कुछ तो उसमें एटलीस्ट एक रख के अदर ऑप्शन फाइनल DA अपलोड बेस्ड ऑन व्हाट
Okay, ठीक है, okay sir. So now that request has come under the section user registration, since he is a user who has applied for. Based on this document, we will be consider your point, sir. We will be uploading one of the document through which he will be approving that particular IV crew. So once that request is approved, that request is processed. Now since that particular IV crew who has registered with the mail ID will get the login ID and password on his registered mail ID, and he will be login first time. So once he log in first time, the provision to change the password, that will come. See, the user has registered, his application is approved and he has logged in into the portal. Now the first step what he will be doing, he will be applying for the IND-IVC number, a unique number for the IV crew member.
email तो जरूर होना चाहिए क्योंकि mandatory sir और वो local folks who are using this
Sir, email. So actually
how do you mobile number is okay all are having mobile number email ID don't know they know their
So is it possible, like say one company is having 100 crew, so one email ID they can, but different mobile number no? Because generally the company will do for their, on their way. That is not possible, you know?
no sir, user.
So everyone is having smartphone, email is compulsory smartphone.
In present it is not there, it can be created of course.
from other states so many are employed there they don't
अभी
know
option नहीं है ना, करना ही पड़ेगा वो ये.
No, we can just have a look if we can register with the mobile number. Instead of email, give an option for mobile also.
For IV crew. For only IV crew.
Only.
Email or mobile.
email or mobile
With OTP based. Somebody's email mobile number डाल दिया तो OTP आएगा करो then something like. हाँ both
local folks they have don't know when they have not heard about what is email and nowadays whenever you are making it is a class 8
especially for existing.
They won't go
But sir,
they will
since
just
this is a new system which will be provided to them, so we will be insisting that they can in their institute they will get trained to how to process.
The new guys are 10 pass and they will do it. The only issue is for existing. Existing.
Sure. No, that we will find a solution. Issue
Now,
has
sir-
been raised, that has to be addressed either way.
Now he will be applying for the IND-IVC number. New crews selected, the particular institute in which he is willing to conduct the courses, that will be selected.
NIT होगा.
Application for IND-IVC number. Passport size photograph, which is mandatory.
Why COC is mandatory?
COC is not mandatory in this case. New crew में mandatory का है.
they have already issued COC to many so
वो
they can also
COC तो है ही नहीं ना, GP रेटिंग आ गया तुरंत मिल जाना चाहिए, जहाज पे जाएगा वो.
नहीं, this is. Yeah, I think so. It is come up with that existing crew का.
Existing crew का sir. It is for existing crew. See, even existing crew के लिए भी नहीं है.
crew also खलासी इसी में they will not
हाँ,
have-
नहीं, वो ठीक है, वो उसका
Mandatory मत रखिए, option वो रखिए तो mandatory मत.
उसको मैंडेट हाँ रखा है ऑप्शन बट नॉट मैंडेटरी.
See, in DG shipping also with the 4S
नहीं, उसमें
courses we get the class number.
you're not able to upload the document in that COC, right?
Maybe उसमें because with basic
Huh?
courses you get the class number. COC and all.
Actually, that asterisk should be removed.
यस ये आइडेंटिफिकेशन मार्क भी मेरे ख्याल में रेलेवेंट नहीं है. क्या जब आधार कार्ड वगैरह सब आ गया तो क्या उसको मैंडेटरी जरूरत नहीं है.
COC में भी है.
नहीं है
COC में नहीं. DG shipping में
पहले होता था, अभी नहीं है.
वो अपना जो SID बना है उसमें है ना.
नहीं अभी बायोमेट्रिक हो गया आधार से तो फिर खत्म हो गया. अभी तो सिड आ गया ना उधर. Then you have to find a
हाँ.
eligible for this India IWC. चलो देख लेंगे. उसके बारे में कुछ भी मत करो. Only mechanized vessels. They were mechanics.
चलो. Okay, Ankur, next. Go ahead.
Shiv sir.
Next.
So next he will be submitting this application. We'll pay that particular member will pay the necessary fee and a reference number is generated once the application is successfully submitted with the payment. Now, since he has applied for the INVIC number, so that application will go in the respective designated authority. In the IV crew management menu item, this is a list in which those pending applications and the approved application that will be listed down here. So, as you can see in the this training institute IV crew with reference number 646149, that request is generated and DA will take a necessary action. You can view the application, see the necessary document, and he will be approving this particular application. So, once this application is like approved, the IV crew member can see and a INVIC number will be generated.
I have one more issue. Apart from this non-mechanized and mechanized, there is another group of vessels, that is the boat booties. That is particular that we have in West Bengal, Assam, Odisha and all.
They are category C, no?
Yeah, category C.
Ah. They are category C vessel.
But they are not being registered here.
No, but whatever it is, they are category C vessel.
Crew is still, you need crew.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
They have to apply here.
Category C है ना वो.
But in West Bengal, those vessels have not been considered as the mechanized vessels and they have not been.
नहीं, but IV Act तो
Sir,
change कर दिया ना.
as per IV Act, any vessel which is mechanically propelled is considered to be IV vessel. चाहे वो एक HP का इंजन क्यों ना हो. Say, that is the responsibility of the state government to ensure that the registration is done.
Lakhs of vessels हैं, just 15,000 ही नहीं है overall India तो.
Because the state government says that the state authority, because their machineries which are installed are not direct vessels, not with safety requirements, nor anything. So therefore they do not come under the provisions of the IVI. Okay?
That is a wrong interpretation.
That is the state government.
Okay. In case, sir, in case of accident, the state government will appoint a judicial magistrate to carry out the investigation and submit the report. And after that, whether the action is taken or not, that is the state government's responsibility. And the head of the designated authority will roll thereafter. Chalo. Okay. So see, we are here to take it forward that the act and the rules which have been notified, the way for its implementation, and it's a two-way process. When it is inevitable, no, we must just lay back and enjoy it. Ankur, let's go.
Okay. So
we'll just go ahead. Let's continue.
So once application is approved, he will be IV crew member will get a provision to download his ID card. So this is again a system generated like ID card which we have created. So this document will consist of the detail related to that particular, and the IND IVC number will also be mentioned.
How will you cross check?
Cross check with
There's no QR code or no nothing else, right? How will you cross check if it's original?
There will be a QR code on this too.
in this too we will be implementing.
See, all the documents which will be system generated will have a QR code for security checks.
Once the numbers are assigned for various crew members, are those available to owners to check, let's say if a crew is applying to...
You can do the verification?
Yes, that verification part is there.
To see their experience?
Yeah. Means once a IV crew member will be mentioning his service record, his like past experiences where he has done, that request will go to the respective DA, and DA can get it verified from the particular ship owner where the experience he has mentioned.
Ship owner can verify?
Yeah, ship owner will be verifying, then only DA will approve the.
No. एक मिनट. It is other way around. Basically, if I am a ship owner, okay, and Mr. Solanki has applied as a crew, I want to verify his COC. I make a request to DA. Okay, this is the COC number. This is the fee. We are the managers. This is my RPL number, and please confirm. Automatically, it goes to the designated, the concerned person. He verifies as from the system, and within 24 hours, you get a confirmation.
Can't we make this verification and automation? Because the moment you raise a request and it goes to somebody else, and they check it and come back and take
No. The system will do it, but it has to go through
DA के पास जाती है. DA request
to the
भेजता है
authorized
ship owner
person.
से कि ये क्या है.
Nobody, see, even whatever is the hierarchy in an organization, there are certain confidential document which is not accessible to all the employees of the organization. The data is restricted to few. So when you are asking for a verification, it will go to the designated officer who is authorized for carrying out the verification. It will not go to everybody. Okay, so that mandatory checks is required.
It will just say master checker verified first. It says only, it will say verified first. Number
101087.
Detail.
Chalo, next.
Okay. So next, what he can do? So since IND IVC number is generated, so after that he can even apply for the pre and post training, or so this was the entire process for the like IV crew registration and application for the IND IVC number. Now we have a process for the application for the pre and post training.
Basically, in this particular module, when as a crew, young crew, I want to apply to join the IV sector as a crew, so I make up my application. I select the institute where I want to do my basic safety courses, safety and security courses, the 5 courses which you have to do. In addition to that, if he is going as a GP rating, then the GP rating course he does, and then he gets this certificate from the training institute, and then he goes for his to the ship's sea time, and then he comes back after the mandatory period, does his preparatory course, writes the exam, clears the exam, applies for his COC, the chief examiner conducts the thing, and then it goes on so forth. Go for the demo.
Okay.
So this is the total cycle part which we have said. Sure.
Now in the training section, in the side menu, he will be applying for the pre-training and the post-training. So moving ahead with the pre-training courses. So since Indivic number is auto-generated, so it will be there. The name of that particular institute will be selected in which he is willing to apply for the pre-training. The course, select sir. Uploading certain necessary documents, any medical certificate, photo. So he has applied in the Institute of Goa. Okay, so that application is submitted to the respective institute where that particular crew member has selected.
I have a request, delegates, if whatever questions you are going to answer, please use the mic, because audience at the end of the room, they are unable to hear the questions or the answers which are being raised.
No, this is not only for the audience.
Plus
Actually, this
the-
program is being broadcast. So many are seeing it on the social media platforms, YouTube's and everyone. So उनको feedback मिलता है.
So basically, whatever is being broadcast is people outside over here, they are not able to listen the discussion as well as the question answers. Or what we can do is that whosoever is a little bit far, they can come nearer to the main front if possible. Otherwise, mic can
So
be used.
mic will be given to
Okay, so as you can see, since that particular crew member has applied for the Goa Institute, so that request for the conduction of pre-training has assigned in that particular institute. Now institute will be like allowing that candidate to study, to conduct the course, so he'll be like enrolling, mentioning his remarks.
You have accessibility courses, we need to change that, basic safety, because accessibility is for the MS Act, under IMO convention, so we cannot write that accessibility.
You are saying basic safety.
Okay.
That terminology
You have to follow whatever is there in our standard guidelines में जो हाँ ना ठीक है
नहीं ठीक है.
So we need to give feedback, right?
Yeah.
So please take it, right?
Taken.
Don't take it other way.
Yeah, anyway noted.
Okay, so he'll be submitting. Now that request is approved by that particular respective institute. Now he will be conducting the course will go on and further. See, in his dashboard itself, see, once that course is approved, in his dashboard the status changes to the approved state. Now what he can do, like he will be applying for the post training. In the similar concept, how the crew member has applied for the pre-training courses, he will be applying for the post training as well.
So just one question. Do we have a count of how many training institutes are authorized as of now, like today, in the nation?
There are about 8.
And is there a list that is available online?
IV training institutes, about 8 are there, which is within the state, one with Nini. They and it will keep on expanding now. We are creating one center of excellence in Dibrugarh. There is MSDC which is there in Guwahati. Assam has got their own 2 training institute, so that is also there. Kerala has got 3.
Are they following the new training manual or the new who will?
No, that they will have to convert finally. Yeah.
गोवा सर आप गोवा से लॉगिन कर रहे हो, डीए यूपी का है. Okay. So the training is conducted, like he has done the pre-training. Now the assessment part comes. So the institute will be based on this training conducted, which is being conducted, he will be assessing the candidate.
we have around 25 to 30 online guests available right now. Right from the beginning, they have been associated with us. So if I think I once again welcome them in the afternoon session, and I will request my controller to interact with them, and if possible, they can be shown on the screen if their camera is on, as well as we can have a short introduction with them also. I welcome all the officials and stakeholders available online. If someone is able to speak, he can speak right now. Online guests, they can switch on their camera. Okay, we will once again invite them to speak or for their suggestions in case they have, and we will include them during the question answer session. Thank you.
Unless guest, if they have any questions and if they are not getting connected, they can put it on chat. We'll respond to that.
इस पे 2 पे कराइए. 2. Okay, since we are little bit running out of time, so like I'll just showing the entire process, okay, with the like presentation with the step by step how the further processing will be done with this particular application. So what we have seen, the IWNTI has like approved the application. Now he will be submitting the assessment against the course which has been conducted. So this kind of form will be there, in which he will be mentioning the remarks, the eligibility status, and a certificate number will be entered. So next. So this is a kind of certificate which will be generated by the particular IWNTI. So this certificate will also be at the in the login of that particular candidate. So next. Now coming on the examination process. Next. Since the pre-training courses were there, they have applied for the pre-training courses. Now he will be applying for the examination. So IV crew will fill the form for the examination, select the state will be there, the examination grade for which he is going to proceed further, the any certificate related to that particular training institute that will be uploaded, and application will be processed further. Candidate has to pay the necessary fee related to the like appearing for that particular examination. He will make the necessary payment, and that request will be received by the respective DA that this particular candidate has applied for the examination. Next. Again, what will happen, the the interviews will be done, or the oral examination will be conducted by the respective DA. Yeah. So based on the oral interview what is conducted, the particular DA will upload the result of that candidate. So in this way he will be uploading the result, and IV crew will, what will happen, IV crew can apply, since he has passed the examination, so IV crew will apply for the COC certification once the result is published. So IV crew will fill the COC application form. So there is a provision in which the COC application form is there. Sir, back. So he will be selecting the crew name, his email ID, phone number, the last exam details. So all these things will be entered, and he will be proceeding further for the COC application. Again, he will be paying the necessary fee for the application of the COC, and then the status of that particular COC application will be reviewed in the applied state, and that, so next, and that particular request will be received by the respective DA for the issuance of the COC. Now what will happen? That DA will. Yeah. Okay, sir. That we have already noted. Okay, so what will happen now? DA will issue the COC certificate to the respective IV crew. So next. So back.
Just use the mic, please.
Because the officer who is managing this crew examination portion is not with me, so we will have detailed discussion later, no, on the.
See, we are anyway given the link for carrying out the UAT. So whenever your examiner wants to have a discussion,
okay,
he is most welcome to have a discussion with us.
Okay.
Anytime.
Okay, so through this particular form, what is happening is DA is issuing the COC to the respective IV crew. Now DA can take action for the COC generation. So he will be generating the COC from here. So once the COC generation button will be clicked, the COC is generated in this particular kind of format. So this is again a system generated report, so which can be generated to the system itself. The next.
Excuse me, two things. Number one is for the training institute.
Yeah.
Written examination is done by the training institute.
Yes, sir.
And subsequently oral examination is done by the examining authority.
Yes, sir.
So then in that case you have to segregate that component. So that is number one. Number two is when you are certain certificates are issued directly by the institute. That, for example, basic safety courses.
That has been factored.
So
that segregation is there. See, when the candidate comes to a training institute for carrying out the basic safety and security courses, or a GP rating course, or a preparatory course, or a conversion course, the certificate will be issued by the training institute. That is there. Okay. Now, as far as the preparation for your COC is concerned, that again the certificate will be issued by the training institute. With that result, he goes to the chief examiner of the designated authority. He gives his viva oral, and then he gets it COC. That segregation is there.
Okay. So since COC is generated by the respective DA, so just for the tracking of this COC dispatch, what we have made a provision in which once the DA will be dispatching that particular COC to the IV crew, he can mention the details of the tracking number, so that the particular respective IV crew will also get that number and can track his COC. So in the next.
Will it not be issued also in original? COC should be hard copy also, no?
That is what is saying that tracking. Tracking is for original only. You can have a digital copy also, and you will have an original also.
So original copy will also be issued, that by DA is entering the tracking details through which that COC is dispatched to the IV crew member.
Yeah.
No, sir. So, sir.
Ankur,
Yeah.
I will request all the delegates to kindly fill up the form questionnaire which we have circulated, and if you have completed filling up the questionnaire, please hand over to our representatives. Thank you. Continue.
Okay, so what all process which we have seen the IV crew member applies. They apply for the pre-training, post-training. Based on the assessment, they apply for the examination. Based on the examination, they apply for the COC, and the COC application is approved. So COC is generated and is being dispatched to the particular crew. Now what will happen once a COC is dispatched? So in a future of time, there are provision with the IV crew member to apply for the COC revalidation or COC extension or the duplication. So three provisions will be given once a COC will be dispatched. So he can process further with the application related to whether it is extension, whether it is duplication or the revalidation. So next. Mahesh sir. Okay. So here I have just taken an example to explain for the COC revalidation. So again, this is a request form in which the COC once issued the crew member is applying for its revalidation. So this is the application form in which the basic detail which was of the crew, that will be auto populated, and he has to mention the reason for the revalidation. So whatever the remarks he will be mentioning, that remarks will be processed, and that can be seen by the respective DA while revalidating that particular COC. So he will be paying the necessary fee related to the revalidation of the COC, and the COC will be revalidated and it will be issued again to the particular IV crew. Now coming on the next process which will be consisting of a IV crew, that is SIRB, Seaman Identification Record Book. So since we have seen the entire process, like the application.
What about endorsement on the COC? Limitation, endorsements?
That is there, that provision is there in that system.
In the COC it is there?
Yeah, yes. Like suppose you
Special
have
category certification and endorsement will be
yes,
required.
yes, that endorsement point is there, that has been covered.
And limitation in terms of
Yes,
area, etc.
yes,
all
yes,
that,
yes,
that will
yes. Like suppose you are specialized in some green vessel, so that endorsement will be there. So you have an limitation with respect to area of operation, that will be there. So those type of things have been factored into the system. Yes, yes, it is there. Whatever has been written in the rules, mostly we have mapped it, and that is why we have requested the states to undertake rigorous user acceptance trials, so that any issues, any element which we have missed out, that could be highlighted and we can do the correction before we go live.
Okay, now coming on the Seaman Identification and Record Book. So basically, since COC is
This
issued,
is Ankur, just a minute. Yeah. This is we are introduced for the first time, because there is no service record for IV crew, and we are not aware what is his experience and where all he has served, which all vessels he has served. So it becomes very difficult, because in IWAI also we have had the experience where the guys were appointed on electronics engine driven vessel, and who have all through his life served only on mechanical engine. So that the changeover part has been an area of concern. So keeping that thing in mind, and to really track the profile of IV crew, this particular thing has been introduced.
If you see the MS Act, there is a word terminology called seaman.
Okay.
Because they work in sea. But IV Act, it is inland vessel, inland waters.
Okay.
It is nowhere it's mentioned, the word terminology is not seaman anywhere. I did not find it. So it is, I think seaman is not an appropriate word for.
So, okay, you can give me a substitute for that. We will. Okay, ठीक है. Okay. Fine. ठीक है. No, we are open. See, we are also gaining in experience with the interactions which we are having, because everybody has got their own set of experience.
okay, so sir, noted your point. We will be renaming it to IV crew identification and record book. So that IV crew member is applying for the IV crew identification and record book. He will be applying on it. So again,
identification is already there when you are in wake. So why you need IV crew? That is only there. Only record book should be here. So IV है ना already.
नहीं, that is a number, ना. IV that is a number. वो उसी के साथ लिंक्ड है ना. उसी के साथ लिंक्ड है. बुक के अंदर आपका पूरा ये इसके अंदर इसके अंदर आपका पूरा जन्म पत्री है. Okay. No, we can do that. That is not an issue.
So this is the application form for the identification and record book, in which he will be selecting the category, whether he is applying for the new SIRB. So the details will be filled. So whatever the details like the profile picture, that will be auto populated, and he will be uploading certain necessary document and proceed with the application. So he will be making the necessary fee related to the application for the SIRB. Once the fee will be paid, now the application state is pending. So it will be at the particular IV crew profile in the dashboard, that status will be pending. So it will be processed at the next level. Now what will happen, since a request has been made by the IV crew, so that request will landed in the dashboard of the respective DA. So respective DA, under the section of seaman identification and record book, he will be seeing how many IV crews has applied for their record book. So he will be seeing this kind of grid in which he will be viewing the application. Next, DA will approve, mentioning his remark, he will be approving this application, and this kind of auto generated SIRB will be created from the system itself. So this record book will be generated. So this was a basic process related to the IV crew. Apart from that, there are other functionalities in which, let's suppose if any of the IV crew member wants to update their educational detail, wants to update their certificates, how many they have conducted. So that is also provision is there. They will be updating those records. Let's suppose I have mentioned my experience. I have worked on a vessel 123. So that particular request will raise to the respective DA. DA can get that experience verified from the respective ship owner, and if ship owner approves that request, so that will be auto populated in the profile section of the IV crew in his experiences, what he has done in the past.
So now, so basically this was what we have developed the application. In addition to this, there are two small modules which is on the disaster management and grievances. So it's on the similar line, wherever if there is any incident which is happening on the passage, that can be reported by the crew or the crew owner, vessel owner, to the nearest designated authority or the police station, whatever. And as far as the grievances are concerned, in case there is a grievance of a IV crew with respect to his examination or dates or certificate, etc., that can be addressed. If there is a grievance against by the shipbuilder or a ship owner with respect to issuance of any certificate and all, that can be addressed to the DA, and those can be done. Having said that, we'll come to the closure with respect to the demonstration on the central database. And now it's my turn to request what is the expectation from the states which we are looking forward for.
एक तो ये कंटिन्यूएशन में इफ आई मिस्ड फॉरगिव मी फॉर दैट, इसमें एक्सपीरियंस का कोई ये नहीं है, क्रू का आइडेंटिफिकेशन का जो लास्ट हमने
एक्सपीरियंस है ना, इसलिए SIRB में जो है, it is primarily to map his experience everywhere which vessel he has served.
Did we discuss that just now? I don't think so.
That was run, that was
it was there. Okay.
So basically for the coastal states, we have no problem with respect to the departments with respect to IWT or maritime boards. It is primarily for the landlocked states which we are looking for, and we need to have the nomination of the nodal officers from the states where we can create their administrative login, which in turn can create the login for the officials in their particular organization. Second thing is, few states have already provided us the IT infrastructure and the existing manpower available with them in the states. We would like to reconfirm from all the states the available IT infrastructure and manpower available for going forward with the implementation of central database, which is most likely to take place somewhere next month. As part of the project, we are also facilitating the states to provide us the important documents like registration certificate, survey certificate, your insurance certificate, your statutory drawings and all, which will be required to be scanned and uploaded so that the history of existing vessels is available in the current form. Then the states have to nominate a dedicated team who would be trained for the usage and application of this particular portal, who will be assisted by our system integrators, that is the Velocis team and IWAI team at Noida. We have also requested, which I had mentioned earlier, about the payment gateway of respective states. In case the states are unable to provide us the payment gateway, I would request all the states to provide their bank account wherein the fees will have to be deposited by the respective users who would be using the services of the designated authority. This is an important aspect. We need the digital signature integration kit and the name of the official who will be assigned for issuance of the registration certificate, the survey certificate, the COC, so that digitally the certificates are signed. And for that digital signature, the DSC kit is mandatory. There are about five states who have already gone into digital platform. We would like to have the API and the API document and then environment for their current infrastructure to be integrated with our portal. As we have discussed earlier also, this is with respect to the slab of fees which is being instituted by various states, because there is a stark variation in the bracket and the type of fees which is being charged by the respective state. We had requested for vessel registration details also, which has been provided by a couple of states, and we would request the other states also to provide. Then the forms and the books which are being maintained, and which if in case they are maintaining which is beyond what has been specified in the rules, if that can also be shared with us, so that in case there is a special requirement from the respective states, that can also be taken into account. Further, what are the types of report which is required to be generated through the system? If that input can be provided, the role and hierarchy which was already discussed, because see, every maritime board or IWA department or the transport department or the water resources department, the designation and hierarchy of the officials are different. Can we come to a common ground on that? Bank details, as I said, is important, and if you can share it as soon as possible. And last but not the least, rigorous testing of the portal, where we have already provided you with the link, the password and the user ID. In case you need any additional user ID and password, please write to us, we will provide that. But it is important that for every entity, if the testing is being done, so that issues or the things which has been missed out, or if there is any challenge there, that can be addressed now before we go live. Then what is the software implementation plan which we have actually thought about? This is the total architecture of our application, wherein you can log in through your desktop, you can log in through your mobile, you can log in through your tab, and if the states desire, we can have the kiosks also. That provision can also be done. And basically this is the total application will be hosted on the cloud. So in true sense, you don't require a large scale infrastructure, but yes, wherever the data inputting is required, for that the infrastructure would be required from the state's end. So the basic objective of creating central database is to ensure that we have a seamless process and the repository of the data with respect to vessels and the surveys and the crew. If you really translate it, it is primarily for the process improvement. You are moving towards paperless regime and transparency, and the complete processes, the requirements, everything has been digitally mapped, and it's a quite a user-friendly application where the things can be easily data inputs can be easily fed in, and there are a lot of checks and balances in the system. If you try to do an incomplete processing and try to submit your document, the system will reject it. And we anticipate the operational efficiency to enhance by 40% by implementation of this central database. Now, customization part of it, if you actually look, we have catered for the provision with respect to the fee collection, configuration of the amount with respect to the fees, and customization of the reports. So, whatever feedback we receive from the states, according to that, other states can also customize, or we can customize the thing for you. Then the technology which is used for development of this application, it's an open sourced cutting edge technology, and pretty simple, pretty easy to operate, and the deployment is on the MITI approved cloud. So the security part is taken care of from all angles, and the search engine is the standard industry search engine which is available in the market. The testing plan, like we have already discussed, the application had been released to the states on 25th of September 24, and since then we have had lot of interaction individually. Collectively, we had a 3 days open session with all the states from 11th to 13th of November, and we did have lot of feedbacks in terms of, because we had provided them a Google form wherein all the stakeholders were told to put in their feedbacks, which acts as a record for us. And we have also requested, we have taken the log books for each and every state who have logged in for carrying out the user trial. So there are few states who have been very actively participating in that, but then there are laggards also. So we would request everyone to undertake the UAT on a serious note, and at least 50 entries if you try, I am sure then you will come up with a promising result at the end of the day. For training and support, we have the user manual, the workflow presentation we have given. I would request all the delegates to leave your email ID so that the screenshot of the total processes with respect to user registration, vessel registration, survey, crew, we will share it with you, so that any new individual who is actually logging into the system can going through that particular screenshots would be it will be very easy for him to run through the total application. Then we have there will be a 24/7 help desk when the system goes live. We have a technical backup team for giving technical support when the system goes live. We have online user manual and video for training. IVR based help desk. There is a chat bot also.
and we will provide comprehensive training online. For performance monitoring, we are going to use the cloud logging and cloud monitoring system to see the efficacy of the application which we have developed, and what would be the strike when about 10,000 users log in at one time. Okay. And the success story lies in the feedback mechanism. We are open to all the feedbacks or recommendations which are which comes from the end users, because at the end of the day it's the user who is going to exploit the system. And whatever lessons we have learned, we are gradually incorporating into the application part of it. Since there are about 36 states and union territories, the coordination part we have been doing for last 1.5 years. A few states have been very actively participating, and there are few states who have still to gear up. We would request them to, yeah.
One request is that there should be a workshop in major, you can say, cities like Patna or Calcutta, Bhubaneswar, with the, you can say, live demo which you've done at in Noida, before rolling it out live, so that whatever issues, because each state has got their peculiar issues, so if that can be, you can call them as a pilot thing, and then subsequently you can go on live. That will be better. That my request is.
Yeah, your point taken. Northeast states have made a request for that,
including the users, because we have to actually also get them to, there is something which is coming in.
We have,
so
we have,
interest,
in fact,
gets
we have extended invitation to the more to operators, more to ship owners, more to shipbuilders, more to crew, but the response has not been that
No, I did not receive any way. As an owner, I did not receive any, or as a this thing.
Say, yeah, they only request, you are the second one who has made the request. The first request has come from the Northeast states.
Okay.
So we said, because Northeast we can cover the 7 states out there. Likewise, we will try to figure out, what would be the central place, because so that at least 3-4 states at a time can get covered. State. Yes.
Northeastern states are actually landlocked states, no? And I'm from Tripura, Joint Secretary to the government of Tripura. And in our state, the inland water transport is also being looked after by Transport Department itself. There is no separate wing for that. Sorry. There is no separate wing for looking after this inland water transport issues, and we are the people, some 10-12 people are looking after all those issues. Ministry of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Railways, and related to other things, road transport, etc. So our request is that if one a particular workshop is conducted in taking the northeastern, some of the northeastern states, especially our covering our Tripura. It will be very beneficial for us.
We will definitely, we are here to support you all. That is our primary job.
Yes, we need your support,
and
because
and more so for all landlocked states who are new to this particular
yes, we
field.
are very new to this
so
field.
We'll definitely take care of that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, excuse me. Sir, just so once the database is running and probably the first thing, or one of the things that will have to be done is to put all the existing vessels in. So let's say all the existing registered vessels of a state are in. So is that going to be entered first by IWAI or by the state? And then will automatically the survey certification system start operating?
The first point,
on
the
those
first point is migration of data.
Right.
So we have already requested all the states to help us out with the documents, the critical documents, which our team will be visiting them, and they will scan it, and then it has to be audited by the respective DA for the authenticity, for the clarity of the document. Okay, so that part is being taken care of by us, and after some time it will be the state who have to do it on their own.
Actually, I want to add to what he said just now. You see, what is happening is, I am presently working, having the registrar's jobs with me at a place where a very large number of vessels were registered since very, very long time. Like we have in our register book vessels registered in 1971, 68, like that. Now, what has happened is things were not that streamlined during those periods. The registry is not cancelled in the record, yet we have a strong doubt that the vessel might have been scrapped and might not have been, may not be in use at all. So I was trying to work on that. It's quite a tricky job because 3-4 registered books are in a dilapidated conditions. So I just want you all to kindly appreciate these issues also that we are facing, that the registry is not cancelled, the register book is in a very bad condition because of the age, 60 years, 70 years.
These facts that we have taken into account all these facts, and that is why we have very specifically directed our team who are going for scanning, first of all, to see what is the current status of the document, because it should not happen you try to pick up a document which is about 60-year-old, and by the time you try to do, and it comes as a rubble.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that is one part. And second thing is, like you rightly brought out, we have also told them when you are filtering the total document which has been scanned, you need to do the age mapping of the vessel. Once the age mapping is, then you have a clear idea where what is the age, and then accordingly you can take an action.
And another added, I just for information, because you all are here doing things, like there was one time, probably you may be aware about the CV Act, Coasting Vessel Act. It is 1868 or 1865 Act, which is still prevailing. So at Jamnagar, MMD also has got office, Mercantile Marine Department of the Shipping, and they used to register vessels under CV Act. During, I think 2011-12 or something like that, it was decided that they will not continue with the survey of those vessels. Now, most of those vessels are, those who are not mechanically propelled. The whole file was transferred to the GMB Jamnagar, which is my present office. What is happening is many of the owners bother to convert their vessels from CV Act to the existing IV Act. But there are many who didn't bother. They kept the registry under CV Act, they continued getting their survey done as per the IV Act, and they kept operating. There is a provision that if a vessel is registered under the CV Act or any other act, if they want to operate only in IV waters, they can have the survey done as per the IV rules. They continued operating that way. So that also I'm trying, and I'm informing the owners, Bhai Sahab, please get it converted to IV Act, this is the time. So just informing you, nothing to say anything on this, just for information, the difficulties that
Captain Solanki has discussed a lot about this. We had a lot of discussion.
Sir, yeah, that brings me, there are, MS vessel registered, like under RSV, tugs. For those vessels, there is a provision, we can do the survey of under IV, presently. Vessel registered under MS Act, but we are doing survey of certificate under IV. But there is such provision we are not seeing, because the registry is under MS. MS Act allows that. We can have a registry under IV, because they are applying in IV waters only. Registry, so that provision probably will discuss, but that skip, good you pointed out, because that skipped my mind. That provision is not there only. I repeat again, the tug is registered under MS or RSV, whatever you say, but
It is there. It is there.
it is there for survey. No, for survey. It is not, we are not talking about registry at all, only survey.
No,
That is the practice.
that I'll get back to you.
Acha, regarding one question regarding from our representative of Tripura. Basically, she was basically asking about some special workshop to be carried out in northeastern states. Definitely, we would like to, as Commander Verma has stated, but in addition to that, we are organizing IWDC meeting, Inland Waterway Development Council meeting, in forthcoming days on 8th, 9th, 10th at Kaziranga. So it is luckily in the northeastern states, and during that period for 2 days, all the representative states, they will be there, you will also be there. So then in that case, all these aspects will definitely be again deliberated. In case you have got few observations or you want some assistance, that can also be taken care of. Secondly, we would like to, as chairman has already stated, that we would like to launch this in IWDC. So definitely we would operate it, and certificates will also be issued with respect to survey, the registration of new vessels, as well as crew registration. So all those certificates will also be issued. So all these things will definitely be for the welfare of the northeastern states.
Launch it on phase, that will become difficult because people will start applying for new registration and survey in the new portal, your portal. And if it is not completed and all states are taken into confidence, that will be a very difficult situation, because some will apply in the central portal, some will apply in the state portal. So these issues will be there. Better you.
We may not be launching all the modules. I think Mr. Sikka may correct me. We may not be launching all the modules. We may be launching 1 or 2 sample modules.
As such, our portal is working smoothly, no issue as such, because up to registration and survey we are doing.
Are we launching the full setup, or we are launching the only 1 or 2 sample modules?
No, the idea was to launch the full setup.
Okay.
Right, sir?
That will.
So with the whole purpose, we are anyway ready with at least 3 modules for the total launching point of view. But the idea
Modules
is
are ready. I am not saying that modules may be ready. Practical side, when it comes to.
Also, we will look into it.
Please look into it.
We will look into it. Since, am I audible or should I use mic? We will look into it, and since the Honorable Minister has also been informed, we will look into it.
I also have come with so many issues. But anyway, I will be writing to you because it's not time to.
no, we'll discuss the issues.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Because.
What can be done is, instead of going into detailing, is just capturing the data supplied by or data provided by the states into, for example, vessel registration. Instead of going into registration of vessels, etc., if just the data is given that okay, states and it is, or they can just upload the registered that will
Rather we can, as of now, what I am thinking is, rather we can produce some samples of registration, how this whole setup is likely to work. So before the Honorable Minister, that how the things are getting crystallized and what will be the output and how the things are. So we are putting one agenda into the IWDC meeting, and but definitely we will look into it about your opinion, and we will seek some of the opinions of different states also similarly, because the states, those who are active in IWT sector, actually their opinion must be definitely weighed accordingly.
So, sir, we can, if you can give us some cutoff date, whenever you launch anything. So, like something, if you parallel, we can go, because what his concern is, even if the system is launched, that should not be the only option for, say 1 or 2 months. So that
No, it will take time. It will take time.
That's what I
See, because
if
you see.
simply say they use this system,
No.
then that system might get delayed.
Sir, that will be, I think, what is the best solution is that we launch it where all the central database, not going into the actual process of registration or certification or institute, but they can upload the data. So the user interface for uploading of the data from the state into the central database can be done now itself, I think.
No, that is that
we can start
that our developer is on the job. I think with the legacy
that
data,
we can launch easily.
legacy
without any
data, they are taking care of it. And I think, will you be able to? What I suggest is from Kerala, I will request that whatever you want to say, I think you send one mail to us addressing to the chairman, and then we will look into it. And whatever you, because it has got a point. And I think things are getting recorded, noted down, so we have to deliberate further. And as Solanki Saab has suggested, that some buffer period is also to be provided, so that things are seamlessly accepted and absorbed. Okay.
Sir, may I request all the delegates to please hand over the questionnaire which has been provided to them. I will collect them from everyone. Thank you.
Sir.
Sir, one more question I have to ask is, the 8 institutes which are already conducting the... Sir, 8 institutes which you said which are already conducting the courses now, IV courses, but there has to be some mechanism where even state is approving. They need to audit their training manual to be in place before the issue. Sir, we need a clarification. Before they issue the COC in the new format or the certificate in the new format. They cannot, because I think somebody has started issuing without the state or IWI actually approving it. Training manual, auditing again, institute may be there in place. So
Training,
just...
I think training manual is approved.
No,
oh,
sir.
sorry. The standard for training institute.
No, sir, I am not saying that part. I am saying that has to be implemented and audited by someone.
So, see, we can go for that audit part of it once the notification comes from the...
Correct, sir. So before that, they cannot use the new, that the certificate is as per the new IV Act. How they can issue a certificate if the institute is not approved as per the new, manual?
No.
No, just that's the point.
2 years is already over. Everybody should use only IV certificates now. How can you use the old certificates? That
But
part is
you
over.
understand what I'm trying to say.
2 years ended in 2014
I
June.
just want to put a point that without the auditing of IW or the state government, the institute cannot issue the new certificate, right? So please note that. Either you issue a circular that, okay, right? Thank you.
Sir, there are so many technical issues involved because as per the existing act and rules and notifications, nobody can operate a vessel with old certificate because 2024 June is over. That 2 year is over. No, that notification is yet to come. Legally it's yet to come. We also got the entire syllabus and everything from them and started the code. Because we have to survive now there. People are opposing like anything. Courses are not started. Nothing is happening. The days are over. The period is over. How will we survive? Yeah? State is doing that. State is approving that. State has already approved the institutes. GO has been issued. Everything has been done. And we are following the syllabus of supplied by NINI. They have suggested. Absolutely, new training manual. And for this extension of this period also, they have suggested to ministry, legally notification should come, that is yet to come. That means nobody can operate the vessels now, as per the existing act and rules.
No, that point has
All-
been taken,
all
and
the
that is why we
operations are
have
legal.
requested for 3 more years of extension, which in principle the ministry has agreed. So the moment the notification comes, it comes into force. Yeah, it is there. It is there. Officially, we have communicated that we have taken up the case because we have a reply from the ministry. Okay. So as far as the way ahead for the implementation of central database, IWI is the competent authority who is tracking, monitoring, and ensuring the implementation part of it. The states, we have requested for state-specific representative to be nominated who will be undertaking the requirements and meeting the conditions what has been spelled out for the central database from this states end. That's right. And we will develop a uniform implementation framework where the documentation part is there. The standard processes will exchange, and there is a feedback mechanism which is still there. We have a WhatsApp group, we have got an email part of it, and we have got a Google form. So these are the things, and plus the contact numbers and email of all of us are there. So anybody who is exploiting the system rigorously and has any issue with the system, they can just give a feedback to us. We will address those issues. Then the most essential part of the total game is the collaboration and mutual engagement between the end user and IWI. The states, the vessel owners, the crew, the shipbuilder, the classification society, and all the end users. It is very important for each one of them to play their part of the job, their role, so that mutually we are it's beneficial to all of us. And you have to nominate a dedicated team who would be trained in this particular application, who would further train their team down the line, because nobody is static. People will be moving out, coming in. So this particular thing has to be taken care of by the, and in this particular thing, there is a robust security checks and balances which has been developed in the application itself as well as in the cloud, where the data would be there. The accessibility, there are few area where the accessibility will be restricted, but all the states would have open access to the complete application. And we have also devised a mechanism for the performance matrix of each and every state, where from the login data we will actually come to know what is the strike rate of each state in exploiting the system. Then long-term sustainability, the support mechanism I have already specified. We are here to support you all 24/7, and whatever partnership we would like to have for the states. The success again depends what is the resource which is being provided by the state and the leadership which is provided by the states along with the end users. What we are offering to you is the application, the cloud storage, the user acceptance trial, the training modules, the training manuals, scanning of the legacy data, IVR, help desk 24/7, and the technological support. What we expect from state in return is nomination of the state coordinator, nomination of a single point contact, assistance for the legacy data scanning, office space for the team which will be there for the scanning, and a dedicated single point of contact who will be validating the document which has been scanned, because that is very important, what document has been scanned and which needs to be uploaded into the system. User acceptance trial, as I mentioned time and again, you have to carry out a rigorous testing and provide us the feedback and the other inputs which we have requested.
So the support team is there on the screen. From IWI, the Chief Engineer Technical is steering the project. Nodal officer is Mr. Vineet Pandey, who is Assistant Director, and I am there. And from Velocis team, Mr. Gautam Sikka is there. He is the Vice President for the project. Ankur Shrivastava is the Project Manager, and Shiv Prasad is the developer. I've just summarized the inputs which we have with respect to the designated authorities in the respective states. The first 5 states have got, 5-6 states have got a digital platform in whichever form they are. I am not going into the details part of it. That is Andhra Pradesh, Assam, Gujarat, Kerala, Maharashtra and Odisha. COP down the line, the I had taken the anyway, we see this is the inputs which that is why I said ki this is the input which we have got. This needs to be validated, updated, and because see for the designated authority, the notification has to be issued by the state. Whether previously issued, it has to be revised, and if it has not been issued, it has to be issued. Okay, and if this can be provided to us, then we can update our list. And these are the states, mostly landlocked states, so we don't have.
Just come back to the last one. But like in Gujarat or Maharashtra, Chief Nautical Advisor. So you were to.
No, I have not communicated this.
So there is no notification on this.
We have.
So anyway, we'll come.
So in case it has not been, whether it is received on telephone.
We are in transport. So we have through notification and.
So
That is what I said. Na, ki this is the inputs which we have received. This needs to be validated because the entire thing has to be with respect to notification. At the bottom line is the notification has to be there. Whatever notification is there, if that can be shared, we'll update the data, and the same thing can be done. See, the end objective is not to do any finger pointing. This thing has not been done. That has not been done. The whole objective is to basically identify where we can support the states who do not have this particular department. Now that inland waters have been defined explicitly in IWAI Act, so we need to support especially the experienced states who have already been into business for last 50-60 years to groom the states who are landlocked states. From the training perspective, from their experience of handling various scenarios, which because the type of scenarios which every particular state encounters.
Can have a multiple DA.
Yeah, yes.
एक लीगल क्वेरी आपसे जिस पूछना चाहता हूँ मैं, गुजरात हैज रिसेंटली नोटिफाइड द वर्डिंग्स यूज्ड goes like this. It says that VCCEO GMB is authorized for the purpose of exercising or discharging the powers, authority or duties conferred by or under the said act except granting certificate of survey. So it is quite clear, which is the recent notification. I just it is recent, June 2024 they have done again. Now designated authority term has not been used. So is it necessary or this is fine? That's my question.
But in case that authority is further designated as designated authority, then automatically this will parallelly applicable.
No.
So this can be taken as designated authority.
No.
In case this authority is also designated as designated authority.
No, wherever the act says to appoint a designated authority, that should be as by notification, quoting the act and rules. And my humble request to IWD is that at least exempt this. There are a lot of mechanized vessels that are plying within a specified area, like houseboats, shikara boats. We allow that to play in that area only. If you can exempt those things at least from the central data, that would be easy for us.
No, we are
Only those
preparing, like we have discussed that, and we have shared all the document also. The special category for water sports, small boats and speed boats and houseboats. Those things have been developed and it is under circulation. We have got lot of comments from lot of stakeholders. We are just compiling that, and once that has been done, then we will take care of it.
can exempt those from the central data.
No, you see,
the
first draft I've shared with you. Okay, so whatever comments you have got in that, you please provide it to us. Then we will, because there is, there are certain things where there is no convergence from quite a few states. So until unless we come to an understanding and we converge to a particular point, it will be very difficult for the rules to be framed and then sent for notification. Okay. So with this, we come to the end of the session with respect to the presentation on IV Act and Central Database. I would request Mr. Gautam Sikka, Shiv Prasad, Ankur, Sunidhi, Shreya, Mr. Gautam to come on dais, and the house is open for question.
So, sir, if I have a question, sir.
Just a minute.
Okay.
आइए सर, आप बैठें. श्रेया.
Yes, sir. So, first of all, I really am grateful that we are trying to create uniformity in the process of registration, survey, and any additional uniformity in the process of running vessels on the inland waterways across the country is very welcome from at least an operator's perspective. In that context, as we can see, we are all already thinking about teething issues that would arise, both with respect to using the system, but from the operator's perspective and the industry's perspective, there's also a broader issue of teething issues with adoption of the rules themselves, which are new, which are definitely new, and some may not be applicable to the existing vessels, but going forward they are going to be applicable. So as of now, there is no formal method of dealing with ad hoc issues that are bound to arise in the next, let's say, 5 to 7 years until this system becomes efficient and everyone has adopted the new rules. And there's no way for the industry on, let's say, where they face that issue with a particular vessel being constructed, or to bring it up, to talk about it. I believe a committee and subcommittees have been formed, but there is no industry representation on it. So at least for the next 5 to 7 years or 10 years, there needs to be formal industry representation in some way, where the issue can be easily brought up to notice without delaying construction, without delaying navigation, etc., etc.
Okay, now the advisory committee which has been formed, you have multiple representatives. You have a representative from ship owner, you have a representative from shipyard association, you have a representative from shipyard, you have a representative from class, you have a representative from Ministry of Finance, Insurance, specifically to look into the insurance issue. we have representative from DG Shipping. We have 6 states at the moment who will be there for 2 years. So their tenure would be finishing in 2025. Thereafter, the next 6 states would be joining as an advisory committee member. So whatever is your concern, whatever is your issue, you can write to Chairman IWI, who is the chairman of the advisory committee, and the committee will look into it and provide adequate response or solution to whatever is your concern.
So may I know who the ship owner's representative is?
The ship owners SAI? Shipyard Association. Shipyard Association, I think.
Dhawan is from IRS.
Second battalion, Hamisha. That day, he is from Navy Command. But he is from the association. Yes. He is in the advisory committee. Yes.
No, you are talking about Sanjeev Walia.
Yes. Yes. He is from that.
So irrespective about who the person is, you have a concern, you write to us, the committee will collate all the inputs which is coming from the end users, and then after deliberation it will be addressed.
If it's a broader issue, I understand what you're saying. Time can be taken. Sometimes these things will happen while the vessel is being registered or constructed, or a new rule is put in place and a survey is held up or something like that, you know. This is going to happen when we are going through such a large transformation in how we are doing things and what rules we are following. So at that time, it becomes an issue of just, you know, trade waiting for it to be talked about and thought about. So there needs to be a more direct, like immediate, you know, first point of contact who can immediately make a call and mediate the decision, you know.
As you are representing West Bengal, I think you are representing West Bengal, or you are stationed at West Bengal. You are not representing West Bengal, but you are stationed at West Bengal.
Yes.
And you are presuming that these are the challenges which may come in West Bengal. I think one of our officer is also stationed in West Bengal at Calcutta. Secondly, yes, some teething problems are always there whenever some transformation is there. But we assure you that yes, we are basically trying to make it seamlessly. So listening your issues in IWDC also in forthcoming days, as well as you are basically sending us to chairman, who is chairman of the advisory committee. I am the member secretary of the advisory committee, and we are always available on phone also, on mail also. So we will definitely address these issues, and let us at least take some steps further, and whatever is apprehended, definitely we will simultaneously move on.
No, sir. And this is why I said I appreciate the whole effort, but I can see.
See,
but I tell you one thing.
I guess one thing all of us will agree, that we are still in a very nascent stage and evolving. And in the journey of evolution, definitely there will be teething problems which will come, and we have to face it. And if you have very specific issues which merits our attention, please be explicit and write to us. Definitely it will be taken care of.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
We assure you once again, all the states, especially northeastern states, those require special attention as well as special assistance. We are providing out of the way assistance under CSS schemes to all northeastern states. And earlier those being regulated by the ministry, now that has also been entrusted to IWAI. And we are even providing technical assistance as well as providing assistance regarding DPRs also. So development of DPRs and execution too. So as northeastern states are being provided the assistance, we are assuring all other states also, because as Mr. Verma is saying that we are also evolving. And I can share one example with you. I was part of one of the member of this Vision 2047, which we basically developed in last 2 years. And in that Vision 2047, which was approved by the Niti Aayog and further finally presented before the Honorable Prime Minister, and finally it got published also. There were 2 terms which we were basically discussing in SGOS 2, Sectorial Group of Secretaries 2, which are having 6 major ministries of infrastructure: railway, roads, shipping, urban development, civil aviation, power. So there we used to discuss with finalizing a 32 trillion economy, how to achieve that by 2047. So there were basically the terminology used in certain sector, the orbital jump. So now we maybe have to take the orbital jump. And I think there may be some failures, there may be some difficulties, there may be some teething problems. But I think if we have envisioned the orbital jumps in some of the industries or some of the sectors, so I think we should try our level best collectively. And definitely some teething problems will be there, and we will simultaneously be able to move it.
Sir, one request is there. Now I am speaking from ship owner's point of view. Basic.
You have got different caps.
Yes, sir. So I am wearing. That's why I am clarifying it now. That sometime when we take these policy decisions, we forget, or rather, it gets overlooked. Not forget. It gets overlooked that the business which one is doing, it gets impacted in a large manner, whereby in either the vessel owner, especially in the IV sector, because there are no deep pockets here. So the ship owner has to eventually leave the trade. So when any decision which impacts has got a commercial impact, so there should be some fund provision to cater to so that the impact on the industry or the vessel owners is minimized somehow or the other. Like if you are saying, for example, in this case, we are talking of putting a number of navigation equipment on the vessels. Now, those vessels, the ship vessel owners would have to, buy or do that, or certain other requirement is there. So there could be some provision whereby some you can say some funds are released for that purpose. Thank you, sir.
Definitely, this point is well taken, and we have noted it down. I will request that this point may be noted. It is well justified, and simultaneously we are on the way to providing necessary subsidies also. Like in the recent past, we have started providing subsidy up to the level of 35% for the expenditure incurred on IWT mode, cargo movement expenditure under IWT mode. So this is one of the sample of the subsidy, as you are suggesting that if any extra burden or unreasonable burden is basically inflicting to the ship owners, but definitely that has to be genuine.
Yes, sir.
In case he can do it, then I think he should also try.
And
only asking for the subsidy from the government, definitely you have got every right, but your demand may also be genuine and reasonable.
And speaking on from the viewpoint of the seafarers, because we are also training, and we find that they come from real rural background, not having that kind of funds for training, which we are looking at, which will be, it's a very good, I would say, initiative, and as you said, it's an orbital jump, especially in IV sector where now, where there was no training, now training is becoming mandatory. So there is a quantum jump in terms of requirement of competence and training, which will have impact on the their income, especially because we have a request from Government of West Bengal where we are conducting training. So they are providing an incentive of because presently we know that there is a what is called minimum work wages, etc. So and IV sector there is no leave. If the leave means no pay. In in all other cases, in FG, there is still leave is there where you get paid. In IV sector, if he comes for training, so he does not have any money, he is paid, his wages will be deducted. So he is losing both ways. He is paying money to do the course and he is not getting any money. So therefore, there should be some provision it can be catered for that purpose for the IV crew. Government of West Bengal has taken this forward, and I believe it is not yet though through, but we had put a proposal to them because they had this problem of we arranged the training and they could not get the number of participants for the training. The reason was they did not have funds to pay. So therefore now they are thinking of providing that minimum wage for the number of days which he is being trained. He pays for his course, but he gets the wages, something. So that was from another hat which...
this point is also, this point is also understood, and all your justified demands will be definitely taken care of.
Sir, I wish to add to Captain Solanki's point. In fact, whenever Nini was
I would again request that please introduce yourself, because the people behind you, even they are not able to see your face also. So in case it will be better that and it will be better for recording purpose also.
Yeah, I'm S. Dandapat, former chief engineer from IWAI, and presently I'm the technical consultant to World Bank and also USAID.
Okay.
Yeah. So for the World Bank projects, I'm working with inland water transports of West Bengal government. So therefore, I am totally aware of the entire situations in West Bengal, not only in West Bengal, it's the entire regions of that area. So with regard to the training aspect, whatever Captain Solanki told, in fact, earlier, whoever passed out from the Nini, there were some sort of apprenticeships provided for at least 1 year, 2 years, like that. And this is a serious issue after getting, passing out. They are not getting the proper employment nor anything, because neither it is a mandatory for the ship owners to take them, or there is any other avenue for them also. So therefore, some sort of apprenticeships should be introduced from Government of India. Yeah, this is one thing. And then second, regarding the database which has been developed, I really appreciate. And it was told that only the ship owners, ship designers, ship builders, then owners and all this will be eligible for user registrations. But my point is that anybody like students or academicians or a consultant, will he be able to register himself to get some of the informations or data from the database which will be used for the academic purpose, consultancy purpose, or research and development purpose?
I think as far as second question is concerned, first question I will request that requires a detailed answer. So I will request that in case you send a mail to us, so we will be able to provide the detailed answer. As far as second question is concerned, definitely if any information is in public domain, it is available. In case some of our institutions are having those details, or those can be provided, so I think there shouldn't be any problem, Mr. Verma. Or would you like to?
Yes, sir. As far as the input, what is required, it has to be very specific in nature, because there are certain personal data where we are liable to
protect the interest of the individuals and the ship owners. So other than that, any other input which would be required, you don't have to log in. Whatever is there on the website, you can get the inputs from there.
Anything in public domain will always
It's available.
What I mean to say that at least if someone wants to know what is the total number of vessels in India, a particular type
So
of
that
vessels.
those inputs can be generated. That is not an issue. That is not an issue. What I'm trying to basically say, because you said you want to get it registered for that. Registering, there has been a rationale behind putting this restriction, so that the serious contenders are registered who use this application for that. And as far as the inputs which is required with respect to the total, that figures we can provide it on the screen. That is not an that dashboard, or the main dashboard at IWAI. We can give the thing, the number of vessels which are registered, the type of vessels which are there. Those can be provided. That is not an issue.
That's okay.
Is there a way we can think of minimum wage?
Can I request the online guests to raise their queries if there is any?
all are requested to be here. We are going to conclude within 10 minutes. And I think so we can have a cup of tea also. So,
Online guest,
if you start leaving,
any question?
then there will be a trail.
It's a request from my part, because developers may see our portal also and sit with our development teams for that how the API integration can be possible. That has to be discussed.
Not in hurry for the airport or something like that.
No, yeah, I have to.
We will give you half an hour. Just
Okay,
after that.
okay.
Just 15 minutes we are going to finish, and then 15 minutes
Uh,
for the
Okay.
If there is no query from the online guest, Captain Mishra can go ahead.
I was just thinking if there is a way, some minimum wage for the seafarer working on IV vessel. Can some mandatory things can be made about that? You see, these guys are coming from very humble background. Educationally also, they are 10th pass or something like that. They are working on, nevertheless, they are working on these IV crafts for a long period of time, 7 months, 8 months, away from their families, you know. They are, in most of the cases, breadwinners also of their this thing. Added to that, what Captain Indranil Solanki said, that, you know, they are going for training and we are regularizing things and all those costs also. So, in case of foreign going vessels, we had some system, minimum agreements or something, wages. Yeah.
The Act and the rules do not provide, but probably in later stage, they will follow what foreign way.
As far as statutory rules are there, definitely if it is applicable, those have to be applicable. And just adding to some of the query of basically in case for research purposes or for academic purposes, if you need any statistical data, if I was getting your point that those, if in public domain, you can fetch and you can reorganize based on your requirement. And in case you need something which you are thinking that it can also be provided to you, you can ask under RTI. That is always available.
Some of the things can be organized perhaps.
If you want partial organization or partial data analysis, then it is also a very open approach under RTI.
That is why I have been requesting whether the type of inputs or formats or reporting which you want, or you want a customized reporting, please send it to us. We will work on that, and you will definitely have an answer. We will give it on our website. Don't worry. We have changed over our website, which will also get launched during the IWDC. Okay.
And I am sharing you one of the insight as far as if you want some organized data, that can also be provided by the departments under RTI.
I would like to thank the guests on the dais for the questionnaire session.
I will also thank our very important team of Waterways and the whole team. I think the owner of the Waterways is also here, if he's there, and our very hardworking and very meticulous team of Nalsar with us in association with Commander Verma. And we thank all of you with all such dignitaries over here to support this cause, and hopefully we will be successful in this mission.